From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
You're watching NDTV 24/7. The hope is that
Hello and welcome. My name is Jeet Kaur Sahani and you're watching the show. We've got an action-packed show lined up just for you. But let's first take you through the headlines of the hour. Sonam has released a video clarification on ending his fast. He says protecting students from FIRs and ensuring their safety, not the Education Minister's resignation, was always his top priority. Wangchuk says he ended the fast only after receiving a written assurance of no action against protesters, adding that the decision was taken to prevent violence and maintain peace. Prime Minister Modi has released a second edition of his Instagram outreach video, thanking India's youth for their overwhelming support, calling their trust his biggest strength. Prime Minister Modi says their bond will only grow stronger. The government and the CJP head into a crucial third round of talks today. While the protesters remain firm on key demands including Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation, sources say the government is not considering that option. As the protests turn increasingly violent, the human cost continues to mount. NDTV speaks to injured police personnel who recount the chaos even as both protesters and cops bear the brunt of the clashes. The centre has stepped up its crackdown on the exam mafia with a series of sweeping reforms, from fast-track courts and tougher laws to NTA restructuring and mass terminations. The government says the clean-up has just begun. In an exclusive interview with NDTV, Chief Justice Suryakant has addressed the controversy head-on, rejecting claims that the Supreme Court refused a hearing. The CJI says the petition was heard only after it was properly filed. Let's take you through the top story of the hour. The Prime Minister has bolstered his Instagram outreach with yet another video. Now, in this time, he's expressed gratitude to the youth. The Prime Minister reportedly thanked the youth for the overwhelming support to his earlier video. The Prime Minister said that in this video that the love and positive response will only make the bond grow stronger in the days to come. This comes at a time when students continue their protest and also when the Prime Minister allegedly has instructed his ministers to intensify their Instagram outreach. And this video is a testimony to the fact that the Prime Minister is leading from the front as far as Instagram outreach bid is concerned.
Thank you, friends. कल देर रात आपसे मिलने का मौका मिल गया। मेरे जो वीडियो पोस्ट किया था उसको जिस प्रकार से आपने रिस्पॉन्ड किया, सकारात्मक सुझाव दिए, थैंक्स टू एवरीबॉडी। ये आपका प्यार बना रहेगा, हमारा नाता और अधिक सक्रियता से जुड़ता रहेगा। थैंक यू दोस्तों।
Well, the Prime Minister has yet again posted a video, this time only on Instagram, thanking the youth particularly, but thanking all the viewers that actually gave positive feedback to his video that was posted midnight 2 days ago. It was an outreach personally by the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, amidst massive protests all across the country, but particularly in New Delhi's Jantar, Mantar, demanding accountability, transparency for the NEET, but also for all examinations that take place, because there has been a concern on paper leaks time and again for years together. There have been several students that have lost their lives, unfortunately, by suicide, and several families have been shattered completely. And that's why Prime Minister gave a personal outreach to the students and their families that a tough law will be brought in. That yesterday there was a cabinet meeting as well that discussed this particular law. Apart from that, several NTA officials have been suspended. Their education secretary has been shunted out as well. While the CJP protesters are adamant that they need the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan, the Union Minister for Education, the government sources have told NDTV that they're very much clear that there will be no resignation of the education minister. But apart from that, all the demands of the students will be met, be it a tougher law or accountability and transparency, and to ensure that there are no future paper leaks and there is a precedent that is actually put in. So Prime Minister personally reaching out yet again. You remember that the initial video of Prime Minister that was posted midnight has more than 300 million views, and that is historic in many ways because the youth and Gen Z have come out with their feedback, both criticism as well as their support. And now they are waiting for the response from the government. After that, later today, there could be possibility of yet another dialogue between the government and the CJP.
Let's take us through more updates coming in at this hour while the stage is set for the third round of talks between the government and the CJP. The meeting is likely to take place this afternoon at around 3 p.m. It remains to be seen whether there will be a breakthrough or the deadlock will persist. The sticking point remains the resignation of the Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, which the CJP has termed as a non-negotiable demand. Their other two demands are compensating the families of the NEET suicide victims and withdrawing FIR against peaceful protesters. The government is likely to respond to the resignation demand in today's meeting. Well, sources have told NDTV that Pradhan's resignation is not on the cards, with the government focusing on revamping the NTA instead. The ruling party, as per sources, says stands firmly with Dharmendra Pradhan, even as calls for his resignation continue.
Dr. Pradhan, now, of course, we spoke with them. We told them that this is non-negotiable. It's not about the CJP or Sonam ji or any one individual. This movement is about accountability. That is what people have most resonated with. And the entire country, wherever these protests are happening, they have a single point demand that Dharmendra Pradhan has to accept accountability and resign or be fired from the cabinet.
मुख्यतः 3 डिमांड थी और 5 सुधार के दृष्टि से परीक्षा के लिए सुझाव है। हमने उनको कहा है कि हम कल आपके साथ दोपहर बाद मिलेंगे और फिर हम आपसे जो चर्चा वो आपको बताएंगे।
मूवमेंट अब एक अभिजीत दीक्षित या एक सोनम वांगचुक सर का नहीं है, ये मूवमेंट अब पूरे देश के युवाओं का बन चुका है और तभी पूरे देश में प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं, तो इस्तीफे से कम मंजूर नहीं है।
The youth of the country want Dharmendra Pradhan out. Even in his resignation, the country will not be satisfied because the country has lost trust in this government. Especially the iqbal of the Prime Minister, the aura which a Prime Minister of this country always carries, whoever the Prime Minister, is completely lost. We don't like the kind of slogans that are being raised against the Prime Minister. It's not good. But it also shows that the Prime Minister has lost the moral leadership that the Prime Ministers should have.
My colleague Soumya joins us on the broadcast to shed more light on this. Soumya, of course, a big meeting that's supposed to take place between the CJP and the government, but the sticking points from both sides still remain. If you could just walk our viewers through what exactly these sticking points are as both parties meet for the third time today.
Yes, well, Reet, the third round of talks are expected to take place later today in the afternoon around 3 p.m. Now, it all came what happened yesterday at this meeting between CJP delegation constituting of Saurav Das and Ashutosh Ranka, and from the government side we had Union Ministers JP Nadda and Jitendra Singh. What happened after the meeting got over was the government side has confirmed that they have given approval to 2 demands that have been made by the CJP, while saying that they have sought some time with regards to their one of the most important demands, which is resignation of Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. Saurav Das went on to say that it is non-negotiable. They want the resignation and they want Dharmendra Pradhan to be dismissed from the cabinet. However, the government government is standing firm on its stance, saying that they have sought the time and they will have some internal discussions with top leadership in the government with regards to this, and they will come back for a third round of discussion which is slated to take place at 3 p.m. today. On the other side, we have the CJP delegation saying that they will not accept anything less than the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan. It remains to be non-negotiable. They confirm that they have got approval on 2 demands that have been made by them out of the 3. One of them being that the withdrawal of FIRs from the protesters, and also 1 crore compensation to the grieving families who lost their kids post this NEET leak. So these are the developments that we have as of now, and we'll have to wait and see how things pan out post the third round of meetings today.
Absolutely, Soumya. Do stay on with me on the broadcast as we have some more breaking news coming in at this hour. Well, let's track some more breaking news for you. CJP has reiterated demands ahead of the meeting with the government. CJP spokesperson Ashutosh Ranka has said, and I quote, that the main demand is Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation. That is yet to be confirmed. He's even gone on to say that we've heard from sources that Pradhan will not give his resignation. Then there is no meaning of these meetings. So the CJP leadership now saying that if Dharmendra Pradhan will not resign, then there is no meaning of these meetings. He says that the youth has a single demand, which is the resignation of the Union Education Minister. Now, an important update coming in. Let's also listen into the reactions coming in at this hour.
में कॉम्पनसेशन और लीगल केसेस को लेके पॉजिटिव आंसर आया था, इन प्रिंसिपल एग्रीमेंट मिला था. हमें उम्मीद है कि आज वो रिटर्न एग्रीमेंट भी मिलेगा, लेकिन जो मेन डिमांड है धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का इस्तीफा, उसको लेकर कभी तक कोई ठोस डिसीजन नहीं आया है. बल्कि जो हम कल मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया पे देख रहे थे कि सूत्र कह रहे हैं कि प्रधान जी इस्तीफा नहीं देंगे, तो अगर प्रधान जी इस्तीफा नहीं देंगे तो बता दीजिए, फिर इस तरह की मीटिंग्स का कोई मतलब नहीं है. फिर हम जो है आगे की हमारी जो भी रणनीति रहेगी उस पर काम करेंगे.
Well, my colleague Sonam is still with us in the broadcast. Sonam, we were just discussing about the sticking points that remain between the CJP and the government. And evidently one very big sticking point is the resignation of the Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. Now in this you can also hear that the CJP spokesperson is saying that if the resignation does not come through, then there is no point of these talks.
Well, Srijit, what we saw happened yesterday, that also came after a lot of dialogue and communication from the government side. We saw 2 days in a row a proposal was sent to the CJP delegation for meetings, but it was denied on 2 grounds, saying that if the meeting happens at a neutral site or Jantar Mantar, then we will come for the dialogues. And second, that if there's something solid comes out of that meeting, something meaningful comes out of that meeting, only then we will come for these meetings. Now we saw yesterday both sides confirming that out of the 3 demands that have been made, 2 have been accepted by the government. One is still there are still no confirmation. However, sources within the government have confirmed that government is not going to go ahead with the resignation of Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. However, the CJP delegation and the CJP leadership is on its stance, firmly standing that they want the resignation and the dismissal of Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. How, if that does not happen, there is no such point of any of these meetings that have been happening over this week, the 3 meetings that have taken place. So this is what they have to say. They are expecting any movement, any decision with regards to Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation. On the other hand, we have the government and the sources within the government confirming that there is no resignation that is going to take place. Back to
All right, Soumya, thank you so much for joining us and sharing those important updates with us. Let's take you through more developments taking shape at this hour. Now, Sonam Wangchuk has released a fresh video clarification, saying that his fast was never primarily about Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation. He says his biggest concern was protecting students from FIRs and legal action, while insisting that the government was already facing enough political pressure over the resignation issue. Wangchuk now says that he ended his fast only after receiving reassurances that no action would be taken against the protesters and compensation would be considered. He adds that the decision was taken to prevent violence and even maintain peace, and even ensure that students will in fact remain protected, not because the resignation demand had been dropped.
21 तारीख को ट्यूसडे को ऑर्डर के बाद रात को मैं यहाँ गुड़गांव के हॉस्पिटल वेदांता हॉस्पिटल में पहुँचा और उसी रात देर रात केंद्रीय मंत्री जेपी नड्डा जी और जितेंद्र सिंह जी आए। मुझे बताया गया इस एजेंसी के अफसरों ने कि वो आ रहे हैं कुछ बात करने, और फिर आए और उन्होंने कहा कि आप अनशन तोड़िएगा, हम चाहते हैं अनशन आपका न रहे वगैरह वगैरह। मैंने उन्हें कहा कि मैं यूं ही तोड़ने के लिए तो बैठा नहीं हूं, शर्तें होंगी उनको आप माने तो मैं अनशन तोड़ भी दूंगा। तो शर्तें पूछी गई हमसे। मैंने कहा अकाउंटेबिलिटी इन एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर का रेजिग्नेशन, वैसे ही मैंने कहा जो छात्र हैं सुसाइड विक्टिम्स उनको कॉम्पनसेशन दिया जाए, पार्लियामेंट में इस इशू पर और अकाउंटेबिलिटी पर पूरा बहस किया जाए। और एक नया हमने जोड़ा कि जो भी छात्र सीजेपी के और बाकी उनके लीडरशिप जिन्होंने प्रदर्शन किया है पीसफुली जंतर मंतर पर और फिर 20 मार्च को संसद मार्च किया, उनमें से किसी पर भी कोई कानूनी कार्रवाई नहीं किए जाएंगे, एफआईआर नहीं किए जाएंगे, तब मैं ये अनशन तोड़ूंगा। तो उन्होंने एक दो को तो मानने की रजामंदी जाहिर की, 2-3 पर वो पूछ के बताएंगे ऐसा कहा और फिर वो चले गए। अगले दिन शायद वो आएंगे ऐसा मुझे बताया गया था कि आप तोड़िएगा, हम इस पे बात करके आएंगे और हम आपको अनशन तोड़वाएंगे। मगर मैं नहीं चाहता था कि मैं अनशन उनके हाथों तोड़ूं, केंद्रीय मंत्रियों के हाथों। इसीलिए मैंने मांग की कि जो हमारे अलग अलग दलों के राजनीतिक दलों के सांसद हैं वो सब जितने आ सकें आएँ, और फिर हमारे छात्र नेता सीजेपी के आएँ, और लद्दाख के जो नेता लद्दाख से यहाँ आए थे वो आएँ, और उन सब के उपस्थिति में मैं अनशन तोड़ूं।
Let's take you through more updates coming in at this hour. Now, government sources tell NDTV that Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation is not on the cards. According to government sources, the centre believes that quitting would be the easiest decision, while responsibility lies in staying and fixing the system. Government sources say that a list of problems within the NT is being prepared for reforms. Several paper league gangs have also been busted. More action is likely in the pipeline, and the party continues to stand firmly behind the minister. However, what's important to note is the fact that the government's position stands in sharp contrast to the demands made by the students. While protesters now seek Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation, the government says that the focus is on fixing the system rather than changing the minister. Meanwhile, a logjam is expected to continue in the parliament as opposition is hell-bent upon Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation.
5 दिन तक पार्लियामेंट में नीट एग्जाम पेपर लीक को लेकर के चर्चा नहीं कर पाए। हम तो आज भी फिर से अपील किया है। तो अभी जो महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय कैबिनेट ने लिया है उसका ब्रीफिंग हमारा आईएनबी मंत्री जी ब्रीफिंग करेंगे। हमने आज भी राहुल गांधी जी खुद सदन में थे तो हमने कहा कि आप बहस तुरंत शुरू कराइए। अब तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने दिखा दिया कि वो बहस में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है एक्चुअली।
रिजिजू जी ने स्टेटमेंट किया कि वो चाहते हैं कि हम अपने एमपी से कहें कि डिस्कशन होना चाहिए। अब नॉर्मल प्रोटोकॉल होता है कि अगर कोई किसी का नाम लेता है तो फिर उसको रिस्पांस दिया जाता है। तो हमसे कहा कि हमें चर्चा करनी है। जब मैं उसका जवाब देना चाह रहा था फिर मुझसे माइक ले लिया, मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं दी। मगर मैं क्लियरली कहना चाहता हूं जो ऑपोजिशन का स्टांस है, 3 मांगे हैं स्टूडेंट्स की। पहली मांग, करप्ट एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर हैज टू गो। सेकंड, जिन लोगों ने स्टूडेंट्स पे आक्रमण किया, मारा, उन पर एक्शन, अकाउंटेबिलिटी। और थर्ड, दैट प्राइम मिनिस्टर should apologize to the students. These are the three conditions. We are not going to have any conversation, any discussion before Mr. Pradhan is sacked.
Well, less than 24 hours since Prime Minister Modi made his late-night appeal to protesters, vowing strict action on the paper leak issue, the series of major decisions taken by the government still continues. While the government has already notified fast-track courts on the paper leaks issue and has transferred the Education Secretary, the Cabinet yesterday, in fact, even approved a new bill with more stringent punishment for the paper leakers. In the latest, the NTA is undergoing an overhaul. 47 NTA employees are now being terminated. 4 new general manager positions have now been notified, and in fact 16 young professionals are now going to be hired with further recruitment across 10 verticals. NT is also set to get a new Chief Information Security Officer to oversee cybersecurity and a new Chief of Vigilance to oversee malpractice and coordinate with the CBI, ED and the police. 5 days after the first violent clashes in Delhi, the fallout still continues. Protesters and police personnel have now both paid a heavy price, and the tension refuses to die down. The police continue to face allegations of excessive force, with Rahul Gandhi presenting a young man who claims he suffered a pellet injury. At the same time, the police say that they have come under repeated attack over the past couple of days, with multiple FIRs registered and scores of security personnel injured. Around 60 protesters were also injured in the July 20th clashes. But the bigger question remains, who is felling these confrontations and why does the cycle keep repeating itself? To understand what happened on ground, Managing Editor Padmaja Joshi has spoken to the 2 police officers who were injured during the clashes with the protesters. Listen to the conversation.
मैं आपसे शुरुआत करती हूं, प्रदीप जी, ये बताइए कि ज्यादातर तो लोग को लगा था कि जो भी हिंसा हुई थी 20 तारीख को ही हुई थी। 21 तारीख को आपको चोट कैसे लगी? पहले ये बताइए आपको चोट लगी क्या है?
मैम 21 तारीख को करीब शाम को 7:30-8 बजे हम लोग मैम टॉसा रोड पर जंतर मंतर के पास खड़े थे और वहां पर मैम कुछ गैदरिंग 700-800 लोगों की थी और मैम देवर मूविंग टुवर्ड्स अपना संसद मार्ग और वहां पर जो है हमारे ऑफिसर्स और हमने जो है उन लोगों को रोकने की कोशिश की भाई कि आप लोग जो है इस आगे मूव मत कीजिए और उनको समझाते हुए आपस में बातचीत करते हुए कुछ लोग उसमें अग्रेसिव हो गए मैम और उन लोगों ने हमारे ऊपर अटैक किया।
किस तरीके से अटैक किया? आपको ये चोट जो लगी है सर पे कैसे लगी है?
उसमें कई तरह के एलिमेंट्स थे मैम, उसमें पथराव भी हुए हैं, बॉटल भी फेंकी गई हैं मैम, कुछ मतलब शार्प चीजें भी फेंकी गई हैं। एक्चुअली मुझे एग्जैक्टली तो मैं नहीं कह सकता कि मुझे क्या लगा, बट मैम जो है कोई शार्प वेपन था बिकॉज मैम 4 टाके लगे और आंख के ऊपर जो है मैम काफी गहरी चोट।
आप थोड़ा डिस्क्राइब करेंगे किस तरीके के लोग थे, क्योंकि पुलिस में आपको एक अंदाजा होता है और ये बात भी सच है कि जब मैं जंतर मंतर गई थी तो वहां पर कई मुझे ऐसे बच्चे जो जेन्युइन बच्चे हैं वो दिखे थे, जो वहां पर अपना एग्जाम के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, जो वहां पर गाना गा रहे थे, झंडा पकड़े हुए थे। पर एक साइड ये भी है कि कुछ उपद्रवी थे। क्या बैकग्राउंड के लोग आपको ये लग रहे थे? क्या उम्र क्या होगी, बैकग्राउंड क्या होगा, कुछ बताएंगे?
एज ग्रुप हर किस्म के थे, बच्चे ही थे और उसके अंदर में मिक्स एज ग्रुप के लोग थे और फ्रॉम माय एक्सपीरियंस स्टूडेंट्स ही नहीं थे, बहुत से एलिमेंट्स थे मैम, और जो उनका बिहेवियर था और वो मैं सडनली कह सकता हूँ कि वो स्टूडेंट्स का नहीं था। पीएचडी स्टूडेंट्स यूनिवर्सिटी में हमने ड्यूटी कर रखी है, हर जगह हम लोग जाते हैं और स्टूडेंट्स कभी इस तरह का बिहेवियर नहीं कर सकते और नहीं करते। तो एज पर माई नॉलेज और अंडरस्टैंडिंग मैम दे वर नॉट स्टूडेंट्स।
एनके सिंह जी, आप बताइए फिर 22 तारीख को आपके साथ क्या हुआ? अमूमन कितने बजे होगा? आप क्या कर रहे थे? झड़प शुरू कैसे हुई?
मैम मेरी नाइट ड्यूटी थी, 8 बजे के करीब मुझे जगह नहीं मिली कहीं पर भी, तो गाड़ी मैंने हनुमान मंदिर रोड पर लगाई, जो कनॉट प्लेस थाने के साथ में है रोड। वहां से मैं पैदल निकलते हुए जंतर मंतर की तरफ आ रहा था। तो जैसे ही संसद मार्ग पर मैं पहुंचा तो वहां पर काफी भीड़ थी, तो मुझे लगा स्टूडेंट्स हैं सब लोग, तो मुझे ऐसा कुछ दिक्कत नहीं है। मैं चलने लगा, चलते चलते थोड़ा जो बीच में चलने लगा तो पीछे से कोई शाउट कर रहा था, मोदी की पुलिस आगे मारो इसे, मोदी की पुलिस आगे मारो इसे। तो धक्का मुक्की स्टार्ट कर दिया। मैंने कहा भाई आप स्टूडेंट्स हो, आप ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हो, आपको तो ऐसा व्यवहार नहीं करना चाहिए। लेकिन वो फिर कह रहे ठीक है आप चलिए। फिर मैं और चलने लगा, फिर पीछे से लात मारने लगे, घूसे मारने लगे। दे वर एग्रेसिव। मतलब मुझे समझ नहीं आया कि वो ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं। वो उसके बाद फिर धीरे धीरे फिर उन्होंने चारों तरफ से घेरना स्टार्ट कर दिया, मुझे नीचे गिराने की कोशिश की। मैं थोड़ा भागा उनसे, फिर मुझे वो लाठी डंडे और किसी के हाथ में शायद वो शार्प एज वेपन्स थे कुछ ना, शायद चाकू जैसे कुछ या ब्लेड टाइप के, उन्होंने सर में मारना स्टार्ट कर दी। 3-4 जगह मुझे इंजरी आई है और हेलमेट वगैरह कुछ मारा उन्होंने, घूसे मारे, मेरी आंख पे भी लगी है मैम यहाँ पर ना, आप देखेंगे काफी। तो पूरी बॉडी में उन्होंने फिर मुझे घेर कर, करीब 150-200 लोग थे जिन्होंने मतलब मुझे लगता है जान से मारने के लिए सोचा हुआ था कुछ इस तरह से। उन्होंने पहले से प्री प्लान मैनर था उनका मैम। दे हैड मतलब उनके पास हर तरह के वेपन्स थे, उनके पास कुछ भी, जो भी बेल्ट वगैरह इस तरह से कुछ भी उनके पास जो भी हाथ में था उसे मार रहे थे, पत्थरों से मार रहे थे मैम, दूर से भी।
आपको लगता है कि ये यूनिवर्सिटी के बच्चे हो सकते हैं या कुछ अराजक तत्व, कुछ बाहरी तत्व मिले हुए हैं? क्योंकि अब जंतर मंतर में जितना मैंने देखा है कुछ समझ में नहीं आता है। मतलब एक तो आपको सेट दिखाई देता है बच्चों का, और कुछ ऐसे लोग होते हैं जो समझ में नहीं आता है कि कहाँ से आए हैं, कौन है, क्या मकसद है। आपका क्या एनालिसिस है, कौन किस तरीके के लोग थे ये?
मैम ये जो इनकी एज ग्रुप था, ये 20 से 35 साल की उम्र के सब लोग थे। तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि स्टूडेंट्स हैं सब लोग ना, जो प्रोटेस्ट अंदर कर रहे हैं जंतर मंतर धरना एरिया में, और ये बाहर जो है सब बराबर ही होंगे। मेरी ड्यूटी पहले भी वहां लगी है जंतर मंतर धरना एरिया में, तो ऐसा वहां पे कोई व्यवहार नहीं करता, सब लोग प्यार से व्यवहार करते हैं। तो मैं उनके बीच में सोचा कोई बात दिक्कत नहीं है, ऐसा कोई झगड़ा तो है नहीं हमारा उनसे, हम भी एक आम जनता ही होते हैं, वो भी हमारे बच्चे ही हैं। तो मैं तो सिर्फ उनके इस तरह सोच के ही मैं वहां से निकल रहा था। तो लेकिन वो तो प्री प्लान मैनर में थे मैम। अगर ये स्टूडेंट्स होते तो ये धरना एरिया में जाकर कुछ बात करते ना मैम, इनको अपना कुछ बोलना था वहां बताते जाकर। ये बाहर सारे 2-2.5 हजार 3 हजार लोग बाहर हैं, ये वेट कर रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी को नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए, किसी गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर को, सीआरपीएफ वाले, आरपीएफ वाले, दिल्ली पुलिस, जो भी इनको वर्दी में मिले, इनको कहीं से आदेश मिल रहा है कि मारो इनको, मार के कुछ दिल्ली में अराजकता फैलाओ, वायलेंस फैलाओ, इस टाइप से कुछ उनको आदेश मिला हुआ है।
Well, recent breaking news coming in from the national capital. Let's take you through it. We're learning some devastating information come to light where a student has been killed after a car plunged into a drain near Vasant Kunj in New Delhi. A 20-year-old student pursuing higher education in the United States has tragically been killed after he drove his car into a drain, losing control at a sharp turn. That's the latest that we're learning at this hour. Yashvendra was the son of an Indian Army officer, as per the police. A female friend who was travelling with him, whose car it was, also sustained injuries in the accident. Let's also listen into the reactions coming in on this.
तकरीबन 5:50 की बात है। मैं एक ऑर्डर लेके आ रहा था, गाड़ी ना बहुत रफ्तार में थी, वो गड्ढा बचाने की वजह से उसने ना स्टीयरिंग को हिलाया तो आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल हो गई, ब्रेक लगा नहीं तो सीधा गाड़ी वहाँ से टकराया और पूरा पलटी मारने के कारण इसमें घुस गया। वो 3 लोग थे, जो कि एक आगे चला रहा था, 2 पीछे बैठे थे। 2 तो पीछे अचानक से वो बाहर निकल गए गड्ढे में गिरने के कारण, और जो आगे बैठा था उसने सीट बेल्ट ना लगाने के कारण वो ऑन द स्पॉट निकल भी नहीं पाया और उसको बहुत ज़्यादा चोट भी लग गई। अब बचा नहीं बचा ये तो हॉस्पिटल वाले ही बताएंगे।
A 20-year-old man named Yashvendra, the son of an Indian Army officer, died in a fatal accident yesterday here in Vasant Kunj area yesterday. Behind me is the very car in question. It is being told that the PCR got a call earlier yesterday in the morning. This car was driven by Yashvendra himself. The car belongs to his friend, a female friend who also was in the car while he was driving. The car belonged to her. She's also a resident of Vasant Kunj area. It is being told that they were taking a right turn from Nangal Devat red light area. The turn was subsequently a sharp turn, and because of the slippery road, Yashvendra lost the control of the car. And eventually they fell into this pit and it overturned. The friend tells that he suffered severe injuries and later on succumbed to it. The police got the call, the PCR got the call, and they came at the spot. At this moment, they recorded the statement of the female friend, and now investigations are underway. It is being said that both of them are friends. They were pursuing their higher education from the United States. Just day before yesterday, they were at a friend's place here in Vasant Kunj area only, and Yashvendra was driving this car earlier yesterday in the morning, and he was on his way to drop his female friend at his residence when this fatal accident took place, wherein he suffered severe injuries and succumbed to those injuries.
Let's now take you to Assam, where more developments are taking shape at this hour. An important update coming in as we're learning that there has been, of course, heavy rains that have triggered severe flooding all across Assam, with the Sivasagar among the worst hit districts. Hundreds of families remain stranded as villages, roads and vehicles are completely submerged. Here's a roundup of the latest developments. Let's take you through it. Severe flooding in Assam's Sivasagar district has left residents stranded on rooftops after heavy rains and overflowing rivers submerged entire villages. Cars, scooters and motorcycles are submerged under flood waters. The village temple has also been devastated and residents are surviving on upper floors and rooftops as floods continue to wreak havoc in Sivasagar. Amid the devastating floods in Upper Assam, a remarkable act of solidarity has now emerged. Residents in the Salmora and Majuli have voluntarily sent traditional country boats to neighbouring Sivasagar, helping rescue teams reach people in flood-stranded areas. Several roads in Guwahati remain submerged after heavy rainfall, bringing traffic to a standstill and causing massive congestion across the city. On that note, we're stepping into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay with us on the broadcast.
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से जय हो देश हो विदेश हो जेके हो देश का टायर जेके टायर।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only
Hello and welcome to another edition of India Ascends. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. This week we spotlight the student protests that are happening in Delhi, and we also get you a charter of what can be the overhaul that the Indian education system needs. How is it that India will actually ascend? More on that, but first up, as always, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi promises fast-track courts over the NEET paper leak. We look past the slogans to deliver a definitive 5-point global agenda to fix India's broken exam system permanently. Amidst lopsided comparisons to uprisings in Nepal and Bangladesh, India's protests show a functioning democracy, not a fragile one. A look at why India's strong institutional structure and federal system distinguish it from its neighbors. At ASEAN, India completely demolishes Pakistan's desperate propaganda yet again on Kashmir and Indus Water Treaty. Minister Jaishankar draws a firm line declaring zero tolerance and no dialogue until cross-border terrorism factories are shut down. Massive civilian uprisings have pushed Pakistan-occupied Kashmir to the brink amidst a total internet blackout and the expiry of the 23rd July ultimatum, even as India delivers a blistering counter-offensive at the UN, exposing Islamabad's systemic oppression and decades of tyranny in the region. A huge shot in the arm for India's indigenous defense capabilities. Project Kusha takes flight. India's Desi S-400 moves closer to reality. And finally, Indian origin duo are in Australia's fast track. In fact, Cricket Australia bets big on Indian origin talent. We tell you more about these two youngsters. Top story this week on India Sense, viewers. For over a week now, India's streets have seen students come out. What started as anger over the NEET paper being leaked has now, of course, spread to other cities as well. Prime Minister Modi has broken his silence. He has promised reform. In fact, he also said that this was a leak that was extremely painful. And the promise is now of fast-track courts. Protesters, of course, want more. But here's the thing that needs to be understood. This isn't a crisis of legitimacy. It's a crisis of systems. Systems that can be fixed. And today we are going to put out that 5-point agenda on how that can actually happen. Before we tell you that, I want you to listen to what the Prime Minister said when he said that there will be fast tracking of courts and this kind of injustice will not happen again.
मैंने आज फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट के लिए विभागों को निर्देश दिए थे। आज विभागों ने लगातार मेहनत करके देर रात मुझे मुसद्दा भी दे दिया। फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट और कठोर सजा के प्रावधान के साथ का ये मुसद्दा कल कैबिनेट में चर्चा होगी। कैबिनेट के साथियों के सुझाव के बाद उसका अंतिम रूप दिया जाएगा।
So beyond the politics, how do we really fix this system? What are the best global practices that can actually be adopted to ensure this doesn't happen again? That's the 5-point charter of India Sense. First up, how do you ensure a leak-proof exam architecture? It has been done, can be done. China's papers, in fact, the Cao papers, move under armed guard. They are printed in secured government facilities. They sit in rooms that are wired to police alarms. India can replicate that same chain of custody for NTA exams. Start with NEET, then UGC NET and bring in all other examinations. As I said, these are best practices that need to be adopted. The next that can be taken is the tech-enabled examination halls. Again, this is happening in South Korea and Turkey. There are biometric checks, there are signal jammers. They've even grounded flights during test hours to ensure that that doesn't get compromised. India's centers need that real-time monitoring as a standard protocol. The other thing that is there on our third item on our charter is an independent exam authority. This is very important. Britain's exam board answers to a regulator, not the government. NTA, of course, one can say that there is a certain arm's length structure, but it needs to have that independence and accountability even more. Ingrain that, and that is where you bring in accountability. The fourth item on our charter is fast, transparent accountability. Again, we're going to talk about a best practice. UK examination boards, when leaks hit, audited and reissued results within weeks. It has happened here as well in NEET itself. India's fast-track courts are going to be an important start there. But what's equally important is going to be the timelines. One that needs to be adhered to, ones that need to be made public, and ones that will give assurance to students and families. And the fifth and most important aspect on this charter is a national trust and counselling framework. India has the largest young population on earth, 600 million people under the age of 25. That is your country's biggest asset. What do you need? Mandatory counselling cells in schools and colleges. It has happened in Finland, in Singapore. They've built in mental health support into examination systems. There should be ombudsmen for students. There should be an independent authority as far as examination bodies are concerned. Grievances should be handled by this agency. Pre-exam and post-result support lines should be there. They should be active in every cycle, not switched on only after a crisis comes to light. And a youth advisory panel that is feeding directly into NTA and ministry decisions so that the demographic dividend that we are talking about gets a seat at the table before the next leak. It should not be just a conversation that happens after that. As I said, viewers, this is a conversation where we are putting the politics behind and reform at the forward and center of this conversation. This 5-point Charter of India sense is what will ensure that India's education system recovers from its broken sense right now. So we spoke about the 5-point charter. It's now time to get an important voice to understand what exactly are the set of reforms that can be looked at in addition to what India Sense Charter is. And talk about that is Professor V. Upadhyay, retired professor at IIT Delhi. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to me on India Sense. Let me start first and foremost by asking you about what I think could be actually a game changer, which is the fast-track courts. There are only very few instances when there is a fast-track court. That is the POCSO cases and the PMLA. Does that give the kind of confidence that is needed to the student community?
This step is good, but I would say that basically we should focus on the structure of this setup, of which NTA is the main part. Is there something we can do about it? So that is the main thing right now.
Okay.
Going to court after something happens, okay, how fast that is done and so on. So court process is normally very long, and what comes out of it, it also depends and so on. But are there some structural problems associated with the problem we are facing right now? So in my opinion, that should be the focus.
You're right when you mention some of those structural problems, and let me ask you that in fact there's a very important message that has come out from IIT Madras, which says that teachers need to be above any suspicion whatsoever when it comes to examination papers. IIT, of course, conducts its own examinations, and there are lessons and learnings from there to conduct some of the other examinations. Your thoughts there, sir? What NTA can learn from how IIT conducts its examinations?
IIT. This is an interesting question actually. IIT system is safe because we have JEE main, that's for everybody, but then we have JEE advanced, and that is conducted by IITs like old system. So there's no doubt about that this exam is conducted with all integrity and so on. So in that sense, since IITs are themselves involved, the faculty, which is serving faculty, that is involved, and you have commitment of the whole institute.
Right.
Not only one institute, but maybe several IITs and so on. So that makes it sure that exam is conducted properly, and not only properly, but also the standards are maintained in terms of setting of questions, answers, and so on.
Okay.
But NEET is totally different. NEET, you have only NTA, which is a non-government body by and large, because you only have a very limited number of permanent staff there, and most of the other people are on contract.
Yes.
So there's no direct involvement of the faculty which is serving right now, which has something at stake I mean, if they do something wrong, they know that the penalty will be very high for them and so on. So my point is that by and large, for most of the exams, the system should involve the universities, IITs, and other institutes. It can't be given to a separate body which has very limited number of permanent staff, and rest of the staff is contracted on the basis of contracts and so on.
I think that's a very important point you made there, that NTA or other such bodies, they can't just rely on contractual employees. They need to have their own employees when conducting such sensitive exams. Final question to you, Professor Upadhyay. There is a trust deficit there. More needs to be done there. But in your assessment, any specific reform that you would like to add on to in addition to what you just mentioned?
I would say that this whole structure of NTA should be looked at. I mean, we should not have NTA. If we have, maybe for very limited purpose.
Okay.
All this duty of examination and so on should be given back to the universities and to the state governments. We should not have that level of centralization in our country where diversity is so much. University standards vary from one place to another and so on. So why do we have such a centralized system? Centralized system may have some benefits, but it also has harms in the sense that it benefits only certain regions where you have high concentration of coaching institutes and so on. So why not involve the state government? Why not involve the universities? And suppose one university is not able to do, then make some group of 10 universities. So the old system we should really go back to. Maybe in some specific needs are there, then some centralized system may work.
Okay.
And if you have a centralized system, then it should be totally government owned and fully responsible.
Okay. So what you're essentially
serving people who are right now in job, they are in charge of the things and so on. So that is my point. Decentralization, involvement of universities like the earlier system, and regional to take care of regional variation, more responsibility for the state
governments. Okay, so there are a lot of aspects to what you highlighted: the coaching industry, the variation due to state governments. There are multiple layers to it, but it's important to have that conversation. Thanks so much, Professor Upadhyay, for joining me on this edition of India Sense. Let's now tell you about some comparisons that are being made again and again. There are some who are drawing comparisons to Nepal, to Bangladesh, because of the youth uprisings that have taken place. They have toppled governments there. But let's be very factual about it here. India is not a Kathmandu. It's most certainly not a Dhaka. What we are watching is democracy doing what it's built to do. Students protesting, parliament getting disrupted, a prime minister responding on camera within days. This is the system that's actually working under pressure the way it should. This report tells you why we need to stop making those comparisons with Nepal and Bangladesh, because they just don't happen and cannot be there in this situation.
Over the past 2 years, two of India's neighbors saw their governments fall. Not through elections, but through the streets. In Bangladesh in 2024, and in Nepal in 2025. Both moments have been called Gen Z revolutions, and inevitably, when protests break out in India, the comparison gets drawn. But the comparison doesn't hold up to the facts. In both Nepal and Bangladesh, protesters were confronting governments seen as unaccountable to institutional checks, judiciary seen as compromised, and security forces drawn directly into political conflict. The street became the only outlet left. Consider Nepal's own record. In the last decade alone, the country has cycled through more than half a dozen changes of prime ministers. This kind of political instability is a sharp contrast to India's steady democracy. India's situation is structurally different. Parliament has been disrupted this week. But it's sitting, and the opposition is using it to press the government. The Prime Minister has responded on camera within days of protests. Courts remain a live avenue. Fast-track judicial mechanisms have already been announced. And India's protests so far have stayed within the space democracies are built to hold. Marches, petitions, political pressure, and media scrutiny. India also has something neither Nepal nor Bangladesh could rely on at the time: federal structure, where power isn't concentrated in one office or one city. India has been through moments like this before. Mass protests that shook governments but never broke the constitutional order itself. The system has absorbed pressure and adjusted and will continue doing so. A functioning and thriving democracy is meant to absorb pressure. Nepal and Bangladesh saw ruptures in the chain of accountability because of weak democratic institutions. Something that cannot be compared to India, now or ever. Because the difference isn't sentiment, it's structure.
Well, speaking of the neighborhood, we now look at how New Delhi completely dismantled Pakistan's global narrative at the international stage. At the 33rd ASEAN Regional Forum in Manila, Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar tried to play the victim card yet again. He raised the issue of Jammu Kashmir and complained about India holding the Indus Treaty in abeyance. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar and in fact the Ministry of External Affairs completely demolished it. Let's take a look at how India fact-checked Islamabad's desperate propaganda like a rehashed story it keeps narrating on every global forum. Classic desperate script from an isolated neighbor. Speaking at the ASEAN Regional Forum plenary, Ishaq Dar in fact attempted to resort to the same old Pakistani tactic. Victim card, fake narrative over and over again. India's response? Sharp, swift, uncompromising. Dr. Jaishankar set the tone during the summit, highlighted that acts of terrorism will have consequences. India called out Pakistan for cynically exploiting the multilateral platform to spread nothing but state-sponsored disinformation.
The world is extremely turbulent, and it is increasingly evident that no single nation or even grouping can deal with it on its own. Let us contemplate the near future and consider how best our cooperation can serve our respective interests.
Let's now take you through Dar's claims and the rebuttal and fact-checking that came from India. First and foremost, the absolute reality check that Pakistan got, how Jaishankar demolished Ishaq Dar. What was the claim? The claim was once again saying that Kashmir needs to, of course, be at the center stage of a global narrative. Why? Why should it ever be? It never has been, it never will be. And that's exactly what Dr. Jaishankar said there again, that India and Kashmir is an inseparable, integral part of India. Every inch of Kashmir belongs to India. It didn't stop there as far as Pakistan is concerned. Fresh came that Indus Treaty needs to be having a separate and a fresh dialogue. Something that Dr. Jaishankar fact-checked yet again, saying that it's been suspended until the Pakistani-sponsored terror factories end. That has been India's stance and it will remain so. The Pakistanis then said that it needs and deserves global security platform. Something that India very fully and categorically said that it's a cynical, desperate, state-sponsored propaganda that Pakistanis keep narrating again and again. Let's now tell you about a giant leap for India's military self-reliance. DRDO has successfully conducted the maiden flight test of Project Kusha, India's indigenous long-range surface-to-air missile system, from APJ Abdul Kalam Island off the coast of Odisha. The missile successfully intercepted a high-speed, high-altitude aerial target. Project Kusha is being hailed as India's answer to the Russian S-400. While it is designed to complement, not replace the S-400 right away. The long-term goal, of course, is to build an indigenous system with comparable long-range air defense capabilities, reducing India's dependence on foreign suppliers. The plan is to have 3 variants of interceptor missiles with ranges of 150 kilometers, 250 kilometers and going all the way up to 350 to as much as 400 kilometers. Designed to destroy enemy fighter jets, cruise missiles, drones and large airborne surveillance aircrafts across a vast battlefield. From importing one of the world's most advanced air defense systems to actually building one of its own. With Project Kusha taking flight, India's quest for strategic self-reliance has entered another new phase. On that note, a quick break on India Sense. We return with more stories. Stay with us.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे। India is at a 2030 turning point. EVs, hybrids, biofuels or hydrogen, what fuel wins where? Join top auto CEOs, policy experts and industry titans at the NDTV Automate Fuel and Future Summit 2026. Where you
Another Indian origin cricket star is making headlines in India. Months after dazzling fans with his fearless hitting in the Big Bash League, you have Jantar Wadia, who has now taken another giant step towards the baggy green. And he isn't alone, viewers. Another Indian origin youngster, that's Aryan Sharma, has also been rewarded by Cricket Australia. Is this the rise of a new generation of Indian origin stars in Australian cricket? That answer is in this report.
Australia's cricket pipeline has a fresh Indian flavour. Indian origin cricketers Jantar Wadia and Aryan Sharma have been picked in Cricket Australia's Pathway squads, a major milestone on the road to international cricket. Wadia, who was born in Mumbai and raised through South Australia's cricket system, has been named in the Cricket Australia 11 that will face Bangladesh in a 3-day match in Darwin next month. But this isn't a fairy tale that began overnight. The 24-year-old left India to chase an impossible dream, survived on a shoestring budget, travelled by bus with cricket kit, coached youngsters to pay his bills, and never stopped believing. Then came the breakthrough. Playing only his second Big Bash League game for the Adelaide Strikers, Wadia announced himself to the cricketing world by smashing 3 consecutive sixes of his first 3 balls, earning comparisons with Australia's Travis Head. Joining him is Victorian all-rounder Aryan Sharma, who has been selected for Australia's men's development squad, which will visit Chennai for the prestigious MRF Academy program. Sharma has already represented Australia at the Under-19 World Cup and is widely regarded as one of country's brightest young prospects. From India's Maidans to Australia's elite pathway, the journey of Jantar Wadia and Aryan Sharma is proof that talent knows no borders. And if their rise continues, very soon India versus Australia contest could feature familiar names, wearing very different colours.
With that, we wrap things up on this edition of India Sense. Viewers, thanks so much for watching.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
India is at a 2030 turning point. EVs, hybrids, biofuels, or hydrogen? What fuel wins where? Join top auto CEOs, policy experts, and industry titans at the NDTV Automate Fuel and Future Summit 2026.
Where you need charging infrastructure, you need it on highways.
Catch the exclusive coverage only on NDTV.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide. We need leaders.
Hello and welcome. My name is Reet Kaur Sahani and you're watching NDTV. We've got an action-packed show lined up just for you, but let's first take you through the headlines of the hour. Prime Minister Modi releases the second edition of his Instagram outreach video, thanks India's youth for their support and says their trust is his greatest strength. The sentence CJP to hold a crucial third round of talks today. Protesters remain firm on key demands, while sources say Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation is not on the table. Sonam Wangchuk breaks silence on ending fast, says his priority was protecting students from FIRs, clarifies Pradhan's resignation was only one of the several demands, and says he ended the fast after written assurance of no action against the protesters. Centre steps up its crackdown on the exam mafia with a series of sweeping reforms, from fast-track courts and tougher laws to NDTV restructuring and mass terminations. The government says the clean-up has just begun. As protests turn violent, the human cost rises. NDTV speaks to the injured police personnel who recount the chaos as both protesters and cops bear the brunt of the clashes. In an exclusive interview with the NDTV, Chief Justice Suryakant has addressed the controversy head-on, rejecting claims that the Supreme Court refused a hearing. The CJI says the petition was heard only after it was properly filed. Well, the Prime Minister has bolstered his Instagram outreach with yet another video, according to government sources. This time, he has expressed gratitude to the youth. In his latest video, the Prime Minister has thanked the youth for the overwhelming support to the earlier video released by him. The Prime Minister, according to sources, in fact, has said in the video that the love and positive response will only make their bond stronger in the days to come. This comes at a time when students are now continuing with their protest, and also when the Prime Minister allegedly has instructed his ministers to intensify their Instagram outreach. Well, this video is a testimony to the fact that the Prime Minister is leading from the front as far as his Instagram outreach bid is concerned.
थैंक यू फ्रेंड्स। कल देर रात आपसे मिलने का मौका मिल गया। मेरे जो वीडियो पोस्ट किया था उसको जिस प्रकार से आपने रिस्पॉन्ड किया, सकारात्मक सुझाव दिए, थैंक्स टू एवरीबॉडी। ये आपका प्यार बना रहेगा, हमारा नाता और अधिक सक्रियता से जुड़ता रहेगा। थैंक यू दोस्तों।
Well, some fresh updates coming in at this hour. Remember that the Prime Minister has just released a new video, and in this video he's talked about how he expresses gratitude to the students. He's even said that the bond would only grow stronger between the Prime Minister and the students, with more such videos coming up. Remember that he's even thanked the supporters for extending support to the Prime Minister. He's expressed gratitude to the youth as well, and he's also said that the feedback given by them has been taken by the Prime Minister. Remember that sources earlier told NDTV that apart from this, he's also directed the ministers of his cabinet to make more such Instagram videos and in fact even talk about their policies in these videos. My colleague Aditya Raj Kaul brings us the latest updates. Let's take you through them.
Well, the Prime Minister has yet again posted a video, this time only on Instagram, thanking the youth particularly, but thanking all the viewers that actually gave positive feedback to his video that was posted midnight 2 days ago. It was an outreach personally by the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, amidst massive protests all across the country, but particularly in New Delhi's Jantar Mantar, demanding accountability, transparency for the NEET, but also for all examinations that take place, because there has been a concern on paper leaks time and again for years together. There have been several students that have lost their lives, unfortunately, by suicide, and several families have been shattered completely. And that's why Prime Minister gave a personal outreach to the students and their families that a tough law will be brought in. That yesterday there was a cabinet meeting as well that discussed this particular law. Apart from that, several NTA officials have been suspended. Their education secretary has been shunted out as well. While the CJP protesters are adamant that they need the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan, the Union Minister for Education, the government sources have told NDTV that they're very much clear that there will be no resignation of the education minister. But apart from that, all the demands of the students will be met, be it a tougher law or accountability and transparency, and to ensure that there are no future paper leaks and there is a precedent that is actually put in. So Prime Minister personally reaching out yet again. You remember that the initial video of Prime Minister that was posted midnight has more than 300 million views, and that is historic in many ways because the youth and Gen Z have come out with their feedback, both criticism as well as their support, and now they are waiting for the response from the government. After that, later today, there could be possibility of yet another dialogue between the government and the CJP.
Well, the stage is set for a third round of talks between the government and the CJP. The meeting is likely to take place this afternoon at around 3 p.m. Now, it remains to be seen whether there will be a breakthrough or a deadlock will continue. The sticking point remains the resignation of the Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, which the CJP has termed as a non-negotiable demand. They have two more demands apart from this. One is compensating the families of the NEET suicide victims, and the other is withdrawing the FIR against peaceful protesters. The government is likely to respond to the resignation demand in today's meeting. Sources, on the other hand, have told NDTV that Pradhan's resignation is not on the cards, with the government focusing on revamping the NTA instead. The ruling party, sources say, have in fact even said that they stand firmly with Dharmendra Pradhan, even though the calls for his resignations continue.
Dr. Pradhan, now, of course, we spoke with them. We told them that this is non-negotiable. It's not about the CJP or Sonam ji or any one individual. This movement is about accountability. That is what people have most resonated with. And the entire country, wherever these protests are happening, they have a single point demand that Dharmendra Pradhan has to accept accountability and resign or be fired from the cabinet.
और 5 सुधार के दृष्टि से परीक्षा के लिए सुझाव है। हमने उनको कहा है कि हम कल आपके साथ दोपहर बाद मिलेंगे और फिर हम आपसे जो चर्चा वो आपको बताएंगे।
मूवमेंट अब एक अभिजीत दीपके या एक सोनम वांगचुक सर का नहीं है, ये मूवमेंट अब पूरे देश के युवाओं का बन चुका है और तभी पूरे देश में प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं, तो इस्तीफे से कम मंजूर नहीं है।
Youth of the country want Dharmendra Pradhan out. Even in his resignation, the country will not be satisfied because the country has lost trust in this government. Especially the iqbal of the Prime Minister, the aura which a Prime Minister of this country always carries, whoever the Prime Minister, is completely lost. We don't like the kind of slogans that are being raised against the Prime Minister. It's not good. But it also shows that the Prime Minister has lost the moral leadership that the Prime Ministers should have.
My colleague Anushka joins us from the broadcast to shed more light on this. Anushka, we have the round 3 of talks taking place today between the CJP and the government. And even before the talks have begun, we know that there are several sticking points between the two parties. If you could just walk our viewers through exactly what these sticking points are.
Well, that's right, Reed. Round 3 of discussions will happen today between the CJP delegations and the government. We have seen Union Ministers JP Nadda and Jitendra Singh constantly being in touch with the CJP delegation and the delegation who has demanded that there should be no punitive or retaliatory action against those individuals, against those students who were participating in the march that happened on 20th of July when the people started marching towards the parliament. Also, there has been one demand that is non-negotiable according to the CJP delegation, is that Dharmendra Pradhan, who's the Union Education Minister, he should resign with immediate effect. We have seen from the government side that there has been multiple steps that has been taken towards the direction. We have seen the revamping of the NTA that has been done by the government. 47 people from the NTA have been removed. From there, we have seen how the government has said that fast-track courts are going to be implemented, and anybody who is found to be a part of the paper leak system, they will be given a very punishable offence, and they will be in fact have to pay for it. And now we are seeing that the round 3 of discussion is going to happen between the CJP delegation and the government today. It is yet to see how this deadlock is going to in fact unravel because of the kind of demands that has been made. Sonam, Wangchuk has in fact also come out and have said that government has given written assurances that none of the peaceful protesters action will be taken against all of them because they were protesting peacefully. However, we have seen the kind of reaction coming from the students who have unequivocally demanded that Dharmendra Pradhan should in fact resign, taking the moral responsibility of the paper leaks. Also, there's a demand for the compensation to be provided to the family.
Absolutely.
Of the
Anushka, you very rightly said.
Who have lost their children to
Right. Multiple demands, of course, put across by the CJP also. It remains to be seen whether the government concedes to these demands or not. So, of course, round 3 talks will be a very crucial defining point between the CJP and the government. But thank you so much for joining us and sharing those updates with us. Well, let's track some more updates coming in for you. Well, the Delhi Police's FRS system has made a major revelation. 400 individuals with criminal records were spotted roaming all around the protest site at Jantar Mantar and the surrounding areas. Now, these 400 criminals were found moving around Jantar Mantar and its vicinity between July 20th and July 24th. They were identified using the FRS system, is what we're learning so far. Well, 5 days after the first violent clashes in Delhi, the fallout continues. Protesters and police personnel have both paid a heavy price, and the heavy tensions refuse to die down. The police continues to face allegations of excessive force, with Rahul Gandhi presenting a young man who claims he suffered pellet injuries.
मैं आपसे शुरुआत करती हूं प्रदीप जी, ये बताइए कि ज्यादातर तो लोग को लगा था कि जो भी हिंसा हुई थी 20 तारीख को ही हुई थी। 21 तारीख को आपको चोट कैसे लगी? पहले ये बताइए आपको चोट लगी क्या है?
मैम 21 तारीख को करीब शाम को 7:30-8 बजे हम लोग मैम टॉसा रोड पर जंतर मंतर के पास खड़े थे और वहां पर मैम कुछ गैदरिंग 700-800 लोगों की थी और मैम देवर मूविंग टुवर्ड्स अपना संसद मार्ग और वहां पर जो है हमारे ऑफिसर्स और हमने जो है उन लोगों को रोकने की कोशिश की भाई कि आप लोग जो है इस आगे मूव मत कीजिए और उनको समझाते हुए आपस में बातचीत करते हुए कुछ लोग उसमें अग्रेसिव हो गए मैम और उन लोगों ने हमारे पर अटैक किया।
किस तरीके से अटैक किया? आपको ये चोट जो लगी है सर पे कैसे लगी है?
उसमें कई तरह के एलिमेंट्स थे मैम, उसमें पथराव भी हुए हैं, बॉटल भी फेंकी गई हैं मैम, कुछ मतलब शार्प चीजें भी फेंकी गई हैं। एक्चुअली मुझे एग्जैक्टली तो मैं नहीं कह सकता कि मुझे क्या लगा, बट मैम जो है कोई शार्प वेपन था बिकॉज मैम 4 टाके लगे और आंख के ऊपर जो है मैम काफी गहरी चोट।
आप थोड़ा डिस्क्राइब करेंगे किस तरीके के लोग थे, क्योंकि पुलिस में आपको एक अंदाजा होता है और ये बात भी सच है कि जब मैं जंतर मंतर गई थी तो वहां पर कई मुझे ऐसे बच्चे जो जेन्युइन बच्चे हैं वो दिखे थे, जो वहां पर अपना एग्जाम के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, जो वहां पर गाना गा रहे थे, झंडा पकड़े हुए थे। पर एक साइड ये भी है कि कुछ उपद्रवी थे। क्या बैकग्राउंड के लोग आपको ये लग रहे थे? क्या उम्र क्या होगी, बैकग्राउंड क्या होगा, कुछ बताएंगे?
मैम एज ग्रुप हर किस्म के थे, बच्चे ही थे और उसके अंदर मैम मिक्स एज ग्रुप के लोग थे। और फ्रॉम माय एक्सपीरियंस स्टूडेंट्स ही नहीं थे, बहुत से एलिमेंट्स थे मैम, और जो उनका बिहेवियर था और वो मैं सडनली कह सकता हूँ कि वो स्टूडेंट्स का नहीं था। बिहेवियर स्टूडेंट्स यूनिवर्सिटी में हमने ड्यूटी कर रखी है, हर जगह हम लोग जाते हैं और स्टूडेंट्स कभी इस तरह का बिहेवियर नहीं कर सकते और नहीं करते। तो एज पर माई नॉलेज और अंडरस्टैंडिंग मैम दे वर नॉट स्टूडेंट्स।
एनके सिंह जी, आप बताइए फिर 22 तारीख को आपके साथ क्या हुआ? अमूमन कितने बजे होगा, आप क्या कर रहे थे, झड़प शुरू कैसे हुई?
मैम मेरी नाइट ड्यूटी थी, 8 बजे के करीब मुझे जगह नहीं मिली कहीं पर भी, तो गाड़ी मैंने हनुमान मंदिर रोड पर लगाई, जो कनॉट प्लेस थाने के साथ में है रोड। वहां से मैं पैदल निकलते हुए जंतर मंतर की तरफ आ रहा था। तो जैसे ही संसद मार्ग पर मैं पहुंचा तो वहां पर काफी भीड़ थी, तो मुझे लगा स्टूडेंट्स हैं सब लोग, तो मुझे ऐसा कुछ दिक्कत नहीं है। मैं चलने लगा, चलते चलते थोड़ा जो बीच में चलने लगा तो पीछे से कोई शाउट कर रहा था, मोदी की पुलिस आगे मारो इसे, मोदी की पुलिस आगे मारो इसे। तो धक्का मुक्की स्टार्ट कर दिया। मैंने कहा भाई आप स्टूडेंट्स हो, आप ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हो, आपको तो ऐसा व्यवहार नहीं करना चाहिए। लेकिन वो फिर कह रहे ठीक है आप चलिए। फिर मैं और चलने लगा, फिर पीछे से लात मारने लगे, घूसे मारने लगे। दे वर एग्रेसिव। मतलब मुझे समझ नहीं आया कि वो ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं। वो उसके बाद फिर धीरे धीरे फिर उन्होंने चारों तरफ से घेरना स्टार्ट कर दिया, मुझे नीचे गिराने की कोशिश की। मैं थोड़ा भागा उनसे, फिर मुझे वो लाठी डंडे और किसी के हाथ में शायद वो शार्प एज वेपन्स थे कुछ ना, शायद चाकू जैसे कुछ या ब्लेड टाइप के, उन्होंने सर में मारना स्टार्ट कर दी। 3-4 जगह मुझे इंजरी आई है और हेलमेट वगैरह कुछ मारा उन्होंने, घूसे मारे, मेरी आंख पे भी लगी है मैम यहाँ पर ना, आप देखेंगे काफी। तो पूरी बॉडी में उन्होंने फिर मुझे घेर कर, करीब 150-200 लोग थे जिन्होंने मतलब मुझे लगता है जान से मारने के लिए सोचा हुआ था कुछ इस तरह से। उन्होंने पहले से प्री प्लान मैनर था उनका मैम। दे हैड मतलब उनके पास हर तरह के वेपन्स थे, उनके पास कुछ भी, जो भी बेल्ट वगैरह इस तरह से कुछ भी उनके पास जो भी हाथ में था उसे मार रहे थे, पत्थरों से मार रहे थे मैम, दूर से भी।
आपको लगता है कि ये यूनिवर्सिटी के बच्चे हो सकते हैं या कुछ अराजक तत्व, कुछ बाहरी तत्व मिले हुए हैं? क्योंकि अब जंतर मंतर में जितना मैंने देखा है कुछ समझ में नहीं आता है। मतलब एक तो आपको सेट दिखाई देता है बच्चों का, और कुछ ऐसे लोग होते हैं जो समझ में नहीं आता है कि कहाँ से आए हैं, कौन है, क्या मकसद है। आपका क्या एनालिसिस है, कौन किस तरीके के लोग थे?
मैम ये जो इनकी एज ग्रुप था, ये 20 से 35 साल की उम्र के सब लोग थे। तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि स्टूडेंट्स हैं सब लोग ना, जो प्रोटेस्ट अंदर कर रहे हैं जंतर मंतर धरना एरिया में, और ये बाहर जो है सब बराबर ही होंगे। मेरी ड्यूटी पहले भी वहां लगी है जंतर मंतर धरना एरिया में, तो ऐसा वहां पे कोई व्यवहार नहीं करता, सब लोग प्यार से व्यवहार करते हैं। तो मैं उनके बीच में सोचा कि कोई बात दिक्कत नहीं है, ऐसा कोई झगड़ा तो है नहीं हमारा उनसे, हम भी एक आम जनता ही होते हैं, वो भी हमारे बच्चे ही हैं। तो मैं तो सिर्फ उनके इस तरह सोच के ही मैं वहां से निकल रहा था। तो लेकिन वो तो प्री प्लान मैनर में थे मैम। अगर ये स्टूडेंट्स होते तो ये धरना एरिया में जाकर कुछ बात करते ना मैम, इनको अपना कुछ बोलना था वहां बताते जाकर। ये बाहर सारे 2-2.5 हजार 3,000 लोग बाहर हैं, ये वेट कर रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी को नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए, किसी गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर को, सीआरपीएफ वाले, आरपीएफ वाले, दिल्ली पुलिस, जो भी इनको वर्दी में मिले, इनको कहीं से आदेश मिल रहा है कि मारो इनको, मार के कुछ दिल्ली में अराजकता फैलाओ, वायलेंस फैलाओ, इस टाइप से कुछ उनको आदेश मिला हुआ है।
Let's take you through more updates coming in at this hour. Recently, breaking news coming in as the Delhi Police's FRI system has made a major revelation. 400 individuals with criminal records were spotted roaming outside the protest site at Jantar Mantar and the surrounding areas. These 400 criminals were found moving around Jantar Mantar and its vicinity between July 20th and July 24th. They were identified using the FRS system. Criminal elements were also among those who were involved in the vandalism. The New Delhi area on July 20th saw about 400 of these criminals roam alongside its territory. My colleague Mukesh brings us the details. Let's take a look.
जंतर मंतर पर पुलिस ने एफआरएस इनेबल कैमरे लगाए हैं। अब इसको लेकर एक तरह की अफवाह उड़ रही है कि दिल्ली पुलिस छात्रों की जासूसी कर रही है, उनकी प्राइवेसी को भंग कर रही है। आखिर एफआरएस सिस्टम क्या होता है, जिसको एक देशी भाषा में परख भी कहते हैं, ये पूरा सिस्टम क्या होता है और कैसे काम करता है। इस वक्त मैं एफआरएस के कंट्रोल रूम में हूं और आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर अलग अलग कैमरों की लाइव फीड आ रही है और सैकड़ों की संख्या में यहाँ पर लोग निकल रहे हैं। अब एफआरएस सिस्टम काम कैसे करता है, जो एफआरएस इनेबल कैमरे हैं वो यहाँ पर अगर कोई अपराधी घूम रहा है या कोई संदिग्ध है, कोई असामाजिक तत्व है जिसका पहले से क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड है, ऐसे लोगों की पहचान करता है और तुरंत उनकी तस्वीर यहाँ पर आती है और यहाँ पर जो उनका डोजियर है, यानी कि जो उनका पुराने केस हैं, उनका सारा डिटेल्स यहाँ पर आता है। तो जैसे ही कोई सस्पेक्ट आता है इन कैमरों की जद में, चाहे भले ही सैकड़ों लोग खड़े हों, उनमें से उस सस्पेक्ट की फ़ोटो वो निकालता है और पूरी फ़ोटो जो उसका पूरा बैकग्राउंड है वो यहाँ पर आता है और यहाँ पर एक नोटिफिकेशन आता है जो कंट्रोल रूम में बैठा शख्स होता है और नोटिफिकेशन आते ही उसकी पूरी जानकारी यहाँ पर आती है। और राइट में ये आप जो देख रहे हैं डेटा, यहाँ पर जो सॉफ्टवेयर है उसमें हज़ारों की संख्या में जो असामाजिक तत्व हैं, क्रिमिनल्स हैं, आतंकवादी हैं, उन सबका यहाँ पर डेटा इस सॉफ्टवेयर में है और पूरा जो क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड है, पूरा डोजियर है, फ़ोटो तस्वीरें, वो सारा इस सॉफ्टवेयर में होता है। तो इस तरह से ये सॉफ्टवेयर जो है वो एफआरएस इनेबल कैमरों से कनेक्ट होता है और जैसे ही कोई असामाजिक तत्व यहाँ पर आया उसकी तुरंत यहाँ पर तस्वीर आती है और फिर ये कंट्रोल रूम में जो राहुल बैठे हैं या कोई और बैठा होता है वो तुरंत मौके पर जो गेट पर स्टाफ होता है जहां पर ये शख्स होता है उसको इन्फॉर्म करते हैं कि ये सस्पेक्ट या अपराधी यहाँ पर दिख रहा है और पुलिस वहां पर पहुंचकर उसको वेरीफाई करती है कि क्या ये जमानत पर है या ये गिरफ्तारी कैसे बच रहा है, कोई भागा हुआ अपराधी है। तो इस तरह के कैमरे जो है वो इसलिए लगाए गए हैं जंतर मंतर पर क्योंकि पुलिस को इस तरह के इनपुट मिल रहे थे कि वहाँ पर कुछ बैड एलिमेंट यानी कि असामाजिक तत्व, अपराधी किस्म के लोग भी आ रहे हैं। तो उनकी पहचान करने के लिए और उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने के लिए ये कैमरे लगाए गए हैं।
Right, my colleague Anushka is also joining us on the broadcast to shed more light on this. Anushka, important details that have now been revealed. If you could just walk us through the details of what exactly happened. We're understanding that as many as 400 criminals were spotted around the Jantar Mantar area.
That's right, Reed. The Delhi police have installed the FRS system, that is a van that is stationed just outside the very protest site where students are gathered. Now, because the numbers are so large, there's such a vast gathering, that is why Delhi police have installed it so that anyone having a criminal background can be identified and can be informed to the police officials so that the safety and security of all the protesters, all the students can be safeguarded. That is how the Delhi police have in fact gathered the intel that as many as 400 people having a previous record of criminal, character has in fact been found there, and now we have seen the Delhi police have in fact gone on to say that 400 people were in fact found roaming in and around Jantar Mantar. Many of the people who were involved in vandalism were also having a criminal background, is what the Delhi police have gone on to say. Remember, the protests are in fact going on peacefully. There are peaceful protesters who are gathered inside the Jantar Mantar area, but also there are some fringe elements who are entering the premises so that they can in fact disrupt the peaceful protest that is in fact going on inside Jantar Mantar. That is why Delhi police have installed the FRS system so that the peaceful protest can in fact continue being peaceful, and the bad characters can be identified and can be removed from the very site instantly so that the peace remains in the Jantar Mantar area. And we have seen the Delhi police going on to say that there have been 400 people with a criminal background were roaming in and around Jantar Mantar from 20th till 24th of July. We have seen the FIR that has been filed so far. Delhi police have filed 15 FIRs in the case of vandalism and disruption of public property and violence and rioting. All these in fact FIRs have been filed on the people who were involved in the violence, but now we are seeing the investigation in fact going on in the very case. But we have seen the peaceful protests that have been going on in and around Jantar Mantar. Absolutely. And the kind of police
Right, Anushka, you've said something very important. While the police come out and say that this is for security measures, we've seen a lot of reels on social media as well with citizens calling it a violation of their privacy.
That's right, Preet, because people have gathered in such a huge number. We have seen that as many as, we can say, 1,500, 1,600 students are constantly at Jantar Mantar. More people keep on joining the protest when the evening hour comes. And we have seen, because today is Saturday and tomorrow is going to be Sunday, so many more people are expected to join the Jantar Mantar. That is why, for the safety and security of all those individuals who are involved in the peaceful protest, that is why the police have installed the FRS system just outside the Jantar Mantar area. Now, FRS is a system where all the person having a previous background of criminal record are identified. The dossier is saved inside the very van, and if the van identifies any such individuals roaming around the area, it immediately alerts the Delhi police, and that is how they inform it to the people who are deployed at the very place, so that the protest remains peaceful. Remember, the safety and security of the protesters is also of the utmost priority. New Delhi area is a highly sensitive zone. The FRS van is always, not just in this protest, but it has also previously been used during Independence Day and other events, other major events also in Delhi NCR, and that is how the Delhi police have come to know that 400 people having a criminal background were spotted at the Jantar Mantar area between 20th to 24th of July. Over to you.
All right, Anushka, thank you so much for joining us and sharing those crucial updates with us. Well, recent breaking news coming in from West Bengal. Let's take you through it. The Kolkata police has registered 6 FIRs against street protest violence. 5 FIRs have been registered for attacking media during the rally. 1 suo moto FIR has been registered by the police. The West Bengal Chief Minister Shivendu Adhikari has vowed action against perpetrators. Video footages behind scanned to identify. They've been scanned to identify the attackers. Multiple reporters remember sustained injuries while being on duty. So crucial updates now coming to the fore from West Bengal's Kolkata. My colleague Shreyasi joins us on the broadcast to shed more light on this. Shreyasi, these are some crucial updates now coming to the fore from Kolkata. If you could just walk our viewers through them.
Well, yesterday there were protests in Kolkata against the NEET paper leak, seeking the resignation of the Union Education Minister, the kind of protests that we have been seeing in Delhi and across the country. But during those protests, the protesters turned violent, especially towards the media. They were very hostile. There was name-calling, sloganeering, and some of the reporters were also thrashed by pushing them on the road, taking away their mic. Their cameraman was heckled with water bottles being thrown at them, with water being thrown at the camera. And these acts of violence have been caught on camera. Multiple reporters have sustained injuries and are hospitalized. The Chief Minister went to visit them last evening. So did the leader of the opposition, Ritobroto Banerjee. Now the Kolkata police has filed 6 FIRs to identify these miscreants and to take action against them, as vowed by the Chief Minister, who has said that those perpetrators were not part of these protest rallies but tried to create an atmosphere of violence. There was mild lathi charge also yesterday by the Central Force and the police at the spot, because they were also attacked by the protesters with lathis and bottles being hurled at them. The police has begun a crackdown. All the visuals from that area is being closely examined to identify these people, and of course action will be following. We are waiting for a statement from the West Bengal Chief Minister today in the Vidhan Sabha regarding these violence.
Shreyasi, thank you so much for joining us and sharing those crucial updates with us. Let's track some more developments for you. Well, Sonam Wangchuk has released a video clarification saying that his fast was never primarily about the Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation. He says his biggest concern was protecting students from FIRs and legal action, while insisting that the government was already facing enough political pressure over the resignation issue. Wangchuk says that he ended his fast only after receiving assurances that no action will be taken against protesters and that compensation will be considered. He adds that the decision was taken to prevent violence, maintain peace and ensure the students remain protected, not because the resignation demand had been dropped.
इस तारीख को ट्यूसडे को ऑर्डर के बाद रात को मैं यहाँ गुड़गांव के हॉस्पिटल वेदांता हॉस्पिटल में पहुँचा और उसी रात देर रात केंद्रीय मंत्री जेपी नड्डा जी और जितेंद्र सिंह जी आए। मुझे बताया गया इस एजेंसी के अफसरों ने कि वो आ रहे हैं कुछ बात करने, और फिर आए और उन्होंने कहा कि आप अनशन तोड़िएगा, हम चाहते हैं अनशन आपका न रहे वगैरह वगैरह। मैंने उन्हें कहा कि मैं यूं ही तोड़ने के लिए तो बैठा नहीं हूं, शर्तें होंगी उनको आप माने तो मैं अनशन तोड़ भी दूंगा। तो शर्तें पूछी गई हमसे। मैंने कहा अकाउंटेबिलिटी इन एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर का रेजिग्नेशन, वैसे ही मैंने कहा जो छात्र हैं सुसाइड विक्टिम्स उनको कॉम्पनसेशन दिया जाए, पार्लियामेंट में इस इशू पर और अकाउंटेबिलिटी पर पूरा बहस किया जाए। और एक नया हमने जोड़ा कि जो भी छात्र CJP के और बाकी उनके लीडरशिप जिन्होंने प्रदर्शन किया है पीसफुली जंतर मंतर पर और फिर 20 मार्च को संसद मार्च किया, उनमें से किसी पर भी कोई कानूनी कार्रवाई नहीं किए जाएंगे, FIR नहीं किए जाएंगे, तब मैं ये अनशन तोड़ूंगा। तो उन्होंने एक दो को तो मानने की रजामंदी जाहिर की, 2-3 पर वो पूछ के बताएंगे ऐसा कहा और फिर वो चले गए। अगले दिन शायद वो आएंगे ऐसा मुझे बताया गया था कि आप तोड़िएगा, हम इस पे बात करके आएंगे और हम आपको अनशन तोड़वाएंगे। मगर मैं नहीं चाहता था कि मैं अनशन उनके हाथों तोड़ूं, केंद्रीय मंत्रियों के हाथों। इसीलिए मैंने मांग की कि जो हमारे अलग अलग दलों के राजनीतिक दलों के सांसद हैं वो सब जितने आ सकें आएं और फिर हमारे छात्र नेता CJP के आएं और लद्दाख के जो नेता लद्दाख से यहाँ आए थे वो आएं और उन सब के उपस्थिति में मैं अनशन तोड़ूं। और क्योंकि कनॉट प्लेस में इतना बड़ा हादसा का डर था तो मैंने इसे और एक दिन टालने से मना या अच्छा नहीं समझा इसे। और जितना जल्दी मैं ये कह सकूं कि मैं अनशन भी तोड़ रहा हूं, कृपया शांति रखिए, बेहतर होगा देश के लिए। और एक जगह अगर हिंसा हो गई तो तमाम शहरों में हिंसा होगी। आप समझ सकते हैं क्या हो सकता है। आप घर बैठे सोफ़ा पर से इसके साथ क्यों अनशन तोड़ा, उसके साथ क्यों नहीं तोड़ा, बहुत आसान है आपके लिए कहना कि इसमें क्या सौदा हुआ, क्या डील हुआ, बहुत आसान है। अपने ज़बान को ज़रा तोल कर बात कीजिएगा। कितना आप हानि कर सकते हैं किसी के दिल को जो हफ्तों से घर नहीं गया है, सड़क पर बैठा है भूखा प्यासा, उस पर ऐसा बोलते हुए आप लोगों में ज़रा भी रहम नहीं आई। मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ। तो ऐसे हालात में जब खतरा था विस्फोटक स्थिति का तो लद्दाख के नेताओं को लाकर उनके साथ मैंने बाकायदा लिखवा कर लिया कि कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होगी छात्र नेताओं पर, छात्रों पर, CJP पर, और फिर लिखवाया कि कॉम्पनसेशन होगा, पार्लियामेंट में डिस्कशन होगा। हाँ, मैंने अकाउंटेबिलिटी के बारे में उनसे ज़रूर कहा कि आप समय लेके भी करिए मगर ये करना होगा आपको, जोर नहीं दिया क्योंकि मुझे पता है ये वैसे भी होने ही वाला है। तो मैं और 2 दिन के लिए इसको क्यों टालता, इस जितना जल्दी होता भारत की शांति के लिए ये उतना ही काम आता ये अनशन का तोड़ना। तो ऐसे हालत में कल मेरा अनशन तोड़ना हुआ। मेरे सबसे बड़ा दुख था कि मुझे उन हालात में तोड़ना पड़ा, रात के 12:30 बजे, जिसमें मेरे साथी जो छात्र हैं वो भी नहीं आ पाए, जो MPs यहाँ आए थे मिलने के लिए मुझसे, जिनको मैं बुलाना चाहता था दोबारा ताकि मैं उनके उपस्थिति में उनके हाथों से भी लेकर अनशन तोड़ूं, वो नहीं आ पाए। वो मेरे दिल का सबसे बड़ा दुख होगा।
First, Congress party has abused and insulted Sonam Wangchuk. Now, Abhijit Dipke, following in the footsteps of Arvind Kejriwal, has also dumped Sonam Wangchuk. It's so unfortunate. He says this protest does not belong to Sonam Wangchuk, the person who fasted for 25-26 days, because of whom students were galvanized. He has had a conversation with the government. Government has been responsive, receptive, sensitive. Whatever he has said, it has been accepted. He wants discussion in parliament, but some people don't want parliament and people's welfare. They want political credit. So they are abusing him. Imran Masood called him a dealer. Dipke ji is saying also all kinds of statements on him. It's very unfortunate.
Yesterday, Mr. Sonam Wangchuk, the face of the student protest, had met union minister and decided to break his fast and support dialogue and discussion in parliament on student-related matters. Immediately, Congress MP Imran Masood slandered Mr. Sonam Wangchuk and abused and attacked him for supporting debate and dialogue in parliament over NEET examination and related matters. If the Congress party even had a speck of care or concern for the students, they would willingly welcome a debate and dialogue related to student reform in parliament. But the Congress party doesn't want student reform. The Congress party and Rahul Gandhi do not want deliberation, dialogue or discussion.
Well, government sources tell NDTV that Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation is not on the cards. According to government sources, the centre believes that quitting would be the easiest decision, while responsibility lies in staying and fixing the system. Government says that a list of problems within the NT is being prepared for reforms. Several paper league gangs have also been busted, and more action is in the pipeline, and the party continues to stand firmly behind the minister. However, the government's position stands in sharp contrast by the demands made by the students. The students are now seeking Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation. Government sources say that the focus is on fixing the system rather than changing the minister. Meanwhile, a big logjam is expected to continue in the parliament as the opposition seems to be hell-bent upon Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation.
5 दिन तक पार्लियामेंट में नीट एग्जाम पेपर लीक को लेकर के चर्चा नहीं कर पाए। हम तो आज भी फिर से अपील किया है। तो अभी जो महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय कैबिनेट ने लिया है उसका ब्रीफिंग हमारा आईएनबी मंत्री जी ब्रीफिंग करेंगे। हमने आज भी राहुल गांधी जी खुद सदन में थे तो हमने कहा कि आप बहस तुरंत शुरू कराइए। अब तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने दिखा दिया कि वो बहस में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है। एक्चुअली
रिजिजू जी ने स्टेटमेंट किया कि वो चाहते हैं कि हम अपने एमपी से कहें कि डिस्कशन होना चाहिए। अब नॉर्मल प्रोटोकॉल होता है कि अगर कोई किसी का नाम लेता है तो फिर उसको रिस्पांस दिया जाता है। तो हमसे कहा कि हमें चर्चा करनी है। जब मैं उसका जवाब देना चाह रहा था फिर मुझसे माइक ले लिया, मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं दी। मगर मैं क्लियरली कहना चाहता हूं जो ऑपोजिशन का स्टांस है, 3 मांगे हैं स्टूडेंट्स की। पहली मांग, करप्ट एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर हैज टू गो। सेकंड, जिन लोगों ने स्टूडेंट्स पे आक्रमण किया, मारा, उन पर एक्शन, अकाउंटेबिलिटी। और थर्ड, दैट प्राइम मिनिस्टर शुड अपोलोजाइज to the students. These are the 3 conditions. We are not going to have any conversation, any discussion before Mr. Pradhan is sacked.
की मीटिंग में कॉम्पनसेशन और लीगल केसेस को लेके पॉजिटिव आंसर आया था। इन प्रिंसिपल एग्रीमेंट मिला था। हमें उम्मीद है कि आज वो रिटर्न एग्रीमेंट भी मिलेगा। लेकिन जो मेन डिमांड है धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का इस्तीफा, उसको लेकर कभी तक कोई ठोस डिसीजन नहीं आया है। बल्कि जो हम कल मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया पे देख रहे थे कि सूत्र कह रहे हैं कि प्रधान जी इस्तीफा नहीं देंगे। तो अगर प्रधान जी इस्तीफा नहीं देंगे तो बता दीजिए, फिर इस तरह की मीटिंग्स का कोई मतलब नहीं है। फिर हम जो है आगे की हमारी जो भी रणनीति रहेगी उस पर काम करेंगे।
Well, there is a big standoff over accountability between the government and as well as the students. Remember that the students are demanding the resignation of the Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. So on one side you see that the students' demand is that they want the resignation. The government, on the other hand, government sources are now saying that Pradhan's resignation is not being considered. So the government is still standing firmly behind the Union Education Minister. Students are also now in fact going on to say that this is non-negotiable. So students are saying that accountability for repeated examination irregularities, this is something that they want. The government provides them and they want this in the form of the resignation of the education minister. The government, on the other hand, says that reforms in the NTA are now being prepared. So there is a huge face-off that you're seeing erupt between the students as well as the government. The government on one hand says that there are reforms that are being conducted and feels no need to push out the minister. The students are now saying that it is non-negotiable for the minister and that the minister must resign at the earliest. Well, less than 24 hours since the Prime Minister made his late-night appeal to protesters, vowing strict action under the paper leak issue, the series of major decisions taken by the government continues. While the government has already notified fast-track courts on the paper leaks issue and has transferred the Education Secretary, the Cabinet today, in fact yesterday, approved a new bill with more stringent punishment for paper leakers. In the latest, the NTA, remember, is also undergoing an overhaul. 47 NTA employees are being terminated. 4 new general manager positions have also been notified, and 16 young professionals are going to be hired with further recruitment across 10 verticals. The NT is also set to get a new Chief Information Security Officer. This person, remember, will be overseeing cyber security, and there's also going to be a new Chief of Vigilance to oversee malpractice and coordinate with the CBI, ED and the police. Let me also take you through the developments coming in. Like I was just talking about, there's been a big NTA overhaul that's just begun. Now, in this overhaul, what we're learning so far is that the NTA is going to hire 16 young professionals. This is what the NTA is going to do. There's going to be a rehaul. As remember that in the recruitment form, the overhaul begins. JNU, remember, had asked students and faculty to avoid the protest site. Now, the new hires are going to be through UPSC's Pratibha Setu portal. These are going to be in line with the Radhakrishnan report. The fresh recruitment will take place across 10 verticals. So there are also going to be 4 new general managers that we're going to see. There's going to be Chief of Information and Security that's going to see cyber security, a Chief of Vigilance that is going to coordinate with the CBI, the ED as well as the police. So big overhaul not taking place. The Chief of Test of Operations is going to create robust testing systems. The Chief of Assessment as well as Research is also a new position that's been opened up. This is someone who's going to look at new subject experts as well as translators. These are people who are now going to be empaneled. So overall, structurally, we're seeing a big overhaul when it comes to the NTA. Well, amid the ongoing protests over the NEET paper leak, remember that the Prime Minister has given a clarion call to all the mantris to now get active on social media, particularly Instagram. As part of his appeal, the Prime Minister has urged the ministers to be active on social media and to reach out to the youth using the very platform. Along with that, the Prime Minister has also made it clear that it is not just about posting but about interacting with the youth. Reels and showcasing government projects must be the top priority of the ministers to build a digital connect. Prime Minister Modi's Instagram influence, remember, is no secret. He is the only world leader to have about 102 million followers, a feat that's been achieved this February. So he wants to use this to his advantage. He even beats 5 major world leaders combined, and it is using this that he wants himself and the ministers to reach out to the public. However, it remains to be seen how the public views this. Let's now shift track to more updates coming in at this hour. Well, let's take you to the national capital, where a 20-year-old student pursuing higher education in the United States died after he drove his car into a drain, losing control at a sharp turn in Delhi's Vasant Kunj. Well, the video dated July 24th shows a female friend who was traveling with the 20-year-old Yashvendra and succumbed during treatment. He was pulled out of the drain. Yashvendra likely lost control at the sharp turn near the Nangal Devas traffic signal, where the road was slippery, causing the car to in fact skid off and fall into the drain. This is something that police officers have also said. According to the police, a team from Vasant Kunj South Police Station found the car turned on its head inside the drain.
तकरीबन 5:50 की बात है। मैं एक ऑर्डर लेके आ रहा था, गाड़ी ना बहुत रफ्तार में थी। वो गड्ढा बचाने की वजह से उसने ना स्टीयरिंग को हिलाया तो आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल हो गई, ब्रेक लगा नहीं तो सीधा गाड़ी वहाँ से टकराया और पूरा पलटी मारने के कारण इसमें घुस गया। वो 3 लोग थे, जो कि एक आगे चला रहा था, 2 पीछे बैठे थे। 2 तो पीछे अचानक से वो बाहर निकल गए गड्ढे में गिरने के कारण, और जो आगे बैठा था उसने सीट बेल्ट ना लगाने के कारण वो ऑन द स्पॉट निकल भी नहीं पाया और उसको बहुत ज़्यादा चोट भी लग गई। अब बचा नहीं बचा ये तो हॉस्पिटल वाले ही बताएंगे।
तो मैडम ने भी कहा था, पुलिस बाद में आई थी, आधे घंटे बाद आई थी। 5:30 बजे एक्सीडेंट हुआ था ये। उससे गाड़ी वहाँ से आई थी, 150 फीट में रेस लगाए थे, दूसरी गाड़ी निकल गई थी। इनने हाँ रेस करे थे, उनने ड्रिंक कर रखी थी। तो यहाँ से टक्कर लगी थी, सीधा अंदर घूम, यहाँ पे पेड़ में लगी, सीधा अंदर घुस गई थी। तो लड़का लड़की बाहर निकल गए थे, उसका भाई को अंदर निकालने की कर रहा था कोशिश में, पर निकल नहीं पाया था। उनको निकालने में आधा घंटा लग गया। पुलिस लेट आई थी और कैन भी उसके बाद आई थी, कैन नहीं आई टाइम पे।
वो ठीक था, अराउंड सुबह मॉर्निंग 6 बजे का था।
मैं यहाँ से जा रहा था, ठीक है। मेरा रूटीन है, 25 साल से मैं जाता हूँ रेगुलर 6 बजे, ठीक है। मेरा स्कूलों में ट्रांसपोर्ट देता हूँ मैं। तो सुबह 6 बजे आई थिंक बच्चे बोल रहे ड्रिंक वगैरह, मेरे नॉलेज में ऐसा नहीं है, क्योंकि मैं उसके जो है जब उसको स्पेन में ले गए थे तब उसकी बॉडी दे रहे थे, उसकी मदर आई थी, तब भी मैं वहीं था, ठीक है। सुबह जब मैं यहाँ पे आया, यहाँ पे मौके पे पुलिस खड़ी हुई थी, मैंने वीडियो भी बना रखे है। वो गाड़ी पलटी हुई थी, तो उस लड़के की जो सीट बेल्ट लगी हुई थी, तो सीट बेल्ट निकली नहीं, उसमें 2 बच्चे और थे उसके साथ में, तो दोनों बच्चे भी निकल गए, क्योंकि जो जिस सीट पे बैठे थे बच्चे, वहाँ का विंडो खुला हुआ था, ठीक है, वो निकल गए। उन्होंने कोशिश करी, दोनों बच्चों ने उसकी सीट बेल्ट खोलने की, पर वो सीट बेल्ट भी नहीं खुली, ठीक है। तो बच्चे की जो मौत हुई है वो हुई है इस गंदे पानी की वजह से।
20-year-old man named Yashvendra, the son of an Indian Army officer, died in a fatal accident yesterday here in Vasantkuj area yesterday. Behind me is the very car in question. It is being told that the PCR got a call earlier yesterday in the morning. This car was driven by Yashvendra himself. The car belongs to his friend, a female friend who also was in the car while he was driving. The car belonged to her. She's also a resident of Vasantkunj area. It is being told that they were taking a right turn from Nangal Devat red light area. The turn was subsequently a sharp turn, and because of the slippery road, Yashvendra lost the control of the car. And eventually they fell into this pit and it overturned. The friend tells that he suffered severe injuries and later on succumbed to it. The police got the call, the PCR got the call, and they came at the spot. At this moment, they recorded the statement of the female friend, and now investigations are underway. It is being said that both of them are friends. They were pursuing their higher education from the United States. Just day before yesterday, they were at a friend's place here in Vasantkunj area only, and Yashvendra was driving this car earlier yesterday in the morning, and he was on his way to drop his female friend at his residence when this fatal accident took place, wherein he suffered severe injuries and succumbed to those injuries.
Well, the flood situation in Assam continues to worsen. At least 14 people have died in the past 24 hours, taking the death toll to 61. More than 7 lakh people have been affected, with 856 villages across 12 districts submerged. Sivasagar remains the worst hit districts, where entire villages are still underwater. NDTV's Ratnadeep now took a risky country boat ride to reach one of these villages. Let's take a look at his ground report.
Inside a flood-ravaged village in the most affected Sivasagar district of Assam, you can see here, this is actually the main broad gauge line that links Dibrugarh to Guwahati. Now there is no train plying on this line. Usually all important trains, including the Rajdhani Express, is to actually ply on this line. So this line is disconnected because there have been massive damage to railway infrastructure. But not only railway infrastructure, you can see here, we are using this country boat. 2 of the villagers are helping us to take us across the village and to explain to us what kind of loss this flood has caused. Now this water has come only yesterday after there have been breaches in important rivers in Sivasagar, the Dorika river as well as the Hing river. There has been a breach in the Disang river as well. Now you can see this in the ground floor of this house, everything is submerged, a scooty is submerged. On my left, if I can ask my camera person to pan, is the Namghar. Now every Assamese village has a Namghar, which is the place of worship, is a common place of worship, and you can see the half of the Namghar is completely submerged. This just goes to show how everything in a village is submerged. You can see here this house. If I can ask my camera person to pan, if I can ask the camera person to slowly pan, and then we can show the tragedy here. This house is completely submerged. The people here in this house have shifted to a high-rise there.
With that, we're slipping into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay on with us on the broadcast.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से, जय हो विजय हो, देश हो विदेश हो, जय के हो।
देश का टायर जेके टायर। जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
India is at a 2030 turning point. EVs, hybrids, biofuels or hydrogen, what fuel wins where? Join top auto CEOs, policy experts and industry titans at the NDTV Automate Fuel and Future Summit 2026.
Where you need charging infrastructure, you need it on highways.
Catch the exclusive coverage only on NDTV.
या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
Welcome back to Sarit and you're watching NDTV. From selling vegetables on the streets to winning India's first medal at the Commonwealth Games. An extraordinary journey of grit and determination. In an NDTV exclusive, Jantar Kumar opens up about his inspiring rise, the struggles behind the success and the moment that changed his life forever. Here's NDTV's Rika Roy's exclusive conversation with the medal-winning champion. Listen in.
jantar ji, मैनी कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन। सबसे पहले शुरू करते हैं ये बोलकर कि व्हेन इंडिया वेक्स अप टुमारो मॉर्निंग, आपके मेडल के बारे में सब जानेंगे। आपका पहला रिएक्शन क्या है?
मैम, पहला जब हमने पहला वार्म अप कर रहे थे तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि हमें मतलब कि कुछ अच्छा ही करेंगे। तो हमने पहला अटेम्प्ट हमने किए 181, तो हमें अंदर से और मतलब कि अंदर से फील आया कि हम बेहतर कर सकते हैं। जी मैम।
फिर 191 आपने उठाया।
फिर मैम हमने 91 उठाए, तो उसके बाद हम सोचे कि फिर मतलब अच्छा लगा हमें कि उतना वेट उठाए। हमें लगा कि और बेहतर करेंगे, मगर टेक्निक फॉल्ट थोड़ा सा दिक्कत हो गया सर मैम।
क्या ये एक्सपेक्टेड था ये, या फिर ये अपने आपको आपने सरप्राइज किया है?
नहीं मैम, मतलब कि एक
उम्मीद थी मैडम, उम्मीद थी, कंफर्म था।
उम्मीद था मैम। हमारा कोच साहब थे तो वो पहले ही से ही प्लान बना रखे थे।
jantar जी, मुझे थोड़ा सा बताइए, 2023 में आपने अपना ई रिक्शा बेचकर नेशनल में दाखिला की, वहां से आपका दौर शुरू हुआ। थोड़ा सा बताइए कैसे आप यहाँ तक आज पोडियम तक पहुंचे?
हमने 2016-17 से हमने जिम कर रहे थे। 2016-17 से जिम कर रहे थे, मगर हमें पता नहीं था पैरा पावर लिफ्टिंग के मतलब पैरा का कोई गेम हमको पता नहीं था। तो हमने 2018-19 में हमको पता चला कि शॉर्टपुट डिस्कस भी होता है। तब हमने वहाँ के जो होता है बिहार शरीफ का जो सेक्रेटरी होते हैं वो हमें से मिले और हमें बताए कि पैरा पावर लिफ्टिंग भी होता है। और उसके बाद हमने उस चीज को करना स्टार्ट किए, धीरे धीरे मैनेज करते हुए। मतलब सब्जी भी बेचना था हमें और ट्रेनिंग भी करना था हमें। हम खुद से ट्रेनिंग करते थे।
जी झंडू जी, आपने बोला कि आपने 2016 में शुरू किया था।
हमने 22 में जब हम गए थे कोलकाता खेलने के लिए, तो हमने उस समय 135 का बेंच लगा रहे थे, क्योंकि हमें प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं मिल पा रहा था। इसलिए हमने ब्रॉन्ज मेडल, हमने पहला ही नेशनल खेले थे अपना बिहार के लिए। बहुत अच्छा लगा हमें और इतना खुशी था मैम कि मतलब कि एक दिन तो सोए थे ही नहीं हम। तो फिर हमने इस चीज का मेहनत, हम सोचे कि हम यही करेंगे, क्योंकि इसमें बहुत मतलब सर मैम की गर्व होता था अंदर से। लोग हमें बहुत अच्छा से मतलब देखते थे और बहुत सा बात है ना मैम। तो उसके बाद हमने फिर
और 2023 में आप अपने ई रिक्शा
2000 मैम हम 2022 में जब हम बिजनेस कर रहे थे, तो हमारा दुकान हमारा ओवरब्रिज में चला गया। मतलब रोड में चला गया वो, तो दुकान बंद हो गया। तो फिर मजबूरी में हमने ई रिक्शा लिए। तो जब हम ये ई रिक्शा चलाने लग रहे थे, तो ट्रेनिंग हमारा दिक्कत हो रहा था उसमें करने के, मतलब कि बॉडी हमारा थक जाता था, तो ट्रेनिंग हो नहीं पा रहा था। तो फिर 2023 में हमने तो नेशनल, हाँ 2023 में जब हमारा नेशनल चैंपियनशिप आया मैम, तो फिर हमने रिक्शा को बेच दिए, क्योंकि आर्थिक सपोर्ट के नहीं के कारण होके, और हमने बेच दिए उसको।
मैडम एक आखिरी सवाल, ये मेडल आप किसको डेडिकेट करना चाहेंगे?
तो ये तो मैम, ये तो अपना गार्जियन है, घर वाला, माँ पिताजी, ये सब बहुत मेहनत इसको अथी करने के लिए। कोच हो गए, पीसीआई हो गए, और मैम साई गांधीनगर गुजरात हो गए, वो सब हो गए। ये सब को हम पूरा ये मतलब
ओलंपिक मेडल दिखा दीजिए आप।
ये रहा मैम बेटा।
हाँ मैडम, दिख रहा है, मेडल दिख रहा है।
बिल्कुल, थैंक यू। और
ये मेडल ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन, पैरा ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन, साई और खेल मंत्रालय सभी को डेडिकेटेड है, पूरे देश के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू जी।
With that, we're sipping into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay on with us on the broadcast.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
India is at a 2030 turning point. EVs, hybrids, biofuels or hydrogen, what fuel wins where? Join top auto CEOs, policy experts and industry titans at the NDTV Automate Fuel and Future Summit 2026.
Where you need charging infrastructure, you need it on highways.
Catch the exclusive coverage only on NDTV. This is India Inc.'s Roll of Honor, recognizing the leaders shaping India's growth story, where ambition, enterprise and excellence meet. In the presence of the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman. NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards, 26 July on the NDTV network. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is in
across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
You're watching NDTV 24/7. The hope is that beyond this election, this will be one of the major issues. With multiple challengers in the fray, the TMC also has done a bit of rejigging. Remember, this is also a district that has been plagued by communal violence. Come to some of the sabhas that the BJP is also organizing, especially in the villages of West Bengal.
When stories have impact.
Padmaja Joshi, managing editor and prime time anchor.
Then news has influence. The buck stops here with Padmaja Joshi.
Your work is being watched by people. You think that you're making an impact in this time. I think that's really a huge validation, very rewarding, and I'm pretty certain that Team NDTV will go from strength to strength.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind you, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशन
Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vata. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including just before the third round of talks between the CJP and the government. While the CJP is hardening its stance, saying no point in talking if there's no resignation. We're going to get you details of what is being said at this particular point in time. But first, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi releases the second edition of his Instagram outreach video, thanking India's youth for their support and says that trust is his greatest strength. The Centre and the CJP are to hold that crucial third round of talks today, but just before that is the CJP coming out and saying no point talking if there's going to be no resignation. The protesters remain very firm on that key demand, while sources say that the resignation is not even on the table. Wangchuk breaks his silence as to why he ended his fast, says his priority was protecting the students from FIRs, clarifies that the resignation of the Education Minister was only one of the several demands and says he ended the fast after written assurances of no action that will be taken by the government against the protesters. And the Centre steps up its crackdown on the exam mafia with a series of sweeping reforms. From fast-track courts and tougher laws of NTA restructuring and mass terminations, the government says the cleanup has begun. And as protesters turn violent, the human cost rises. NDTV speaks to injured police personnel who recount the chaos as both protesters and cops bear the brunt of the clashes. And in an exclusive interview with NDTV is Chief Justice Surya Kant, who has addressed the controversy head-on, rejecting claims that the Supreme Court refused a hearing. It is the Chief Justice of India saying that the petition was heard only after it was properly filed. Let's continue the latest, and this is in regard to the stage that has been set basically for the third round of talks between the government and the CJP. But before this can really happen, in fact, that meeting that's likely to take place and is expected this very afternoon at 3 o'clock. But what CJP is saying is that if there is going to be no resignation, there is no point in talking. That is the stand, and hardening their stand, of course, is the CJP, saying that demand is non-negotiable. Whether there will be a breakthrough or the deadlock will continue is the big question at this particular point in time. The sticking point remains, of course, the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan, the Education Minister, and it is the CJP that's termed this as a non-negotiable demand. They have other two demands, and those include compensating the families of the need suicide victims. Of course, that is the demand that Sonam Wangchuk also agreed upon before breaking his fast, and withdrawing the FIR against the peaceful protesters, again the second demand of Sonam Wangchuk. So that is being reiterated and echoed by the CJP. The government is likely to respond to the resignation demand in today's meeting. Sources have told NDTV that the resignation of the Education Minister is off the table. It's not on the table, it's not on the cards, with the government focusing on revamping the NTA instead. The ruling party, sources are adding, stands very firm with the Education Minister, with Dharmendra Pradhan.
Dr. Pradhan, now of course, we spoke with them. We told them that this is non-negotiable. It's not about the CJP or Sonamji or any one individual. This movement is about accountability. That is what people have most resonated with. And the entire country, wherever these protests are happening, they have a single point demand that Dharmendra Pradhan has to accept accountability and resign or be fired from the cabinet.
मुख्यतः 3 डिमांड थी और 5 सुधार के दृष्टि से परीक्षा के लिए सुझाव हमने उनको कहा है कि हम कल फिर आपके साथ दोपहर बाद मिलेंगे और फिर हम अपने जो चर्चा वो आपको बताएंगे.
हेलो एवरीवन, जैसे कि आप सबको पता था पिछले कुछ दिनों से मेरी तबीयत ख़राब थी. सो ब्लड रिपोर्ट्स आ गए एंड आई हैव बीन डायग्नोज्ड विद टाइफॉइड और ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है मेरा. रोज़ सुबह और शाम को आईवीज़ लग रहे हैं. बट आई रियली वांट टू थैंक ऑल द कॉकरोचेस जो पूरे देश भर में पीसफुली प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं और इस मूवमेंट को इतना सक्सेसफुल बना दिया है आप लोगों ने. अ बिग थैंक यू टू ऑल एंड कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू यू ऑल फॉर मेकिंग दिस मूवमेंट सच अ बिग सक्सेस. एंड आई एम वेरी श्योर अगर हम ऐसे ही पीसफुली प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे तो धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का इस्तीफा ज़रूर होगा. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
The youth of the country want Dharmendra Pradhan out. Even in his resignation, the country will not be satisfied because the country has lost trust in this government. Especially the iqbal of the Prime Minister, the aura which a Prime Minister of this country always carries, whoever the Prime Minister, is completely lost. We don't like the kind of slogans that are being raised against the Prime Minister. It's not good. But it also shows that the Prime Minister has lost the moral leadership that the Prime Ministers should have.
We just heard what the Congress had to say on the matter, but amid the ongoing protests is the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, who's called for stronger family dialogue and is urging parents to lead by example. Let's listen in.
तो एक तो बहुत अधिक अपनापन देने की जरूरत है, समय देने की जरूरत है और संवाद करने की जरूरत है. डिक्टेशन नहीं, डिस्कशन, ऑर्डर नहीं, कॉन्सेंसस. आज परिवार में बातचीत बंद हो गई है, इसको बदलना पड़ेगा. तो समय मिलेगा, समय मिली तो बात होगी, बात में गपशप होगी तो बच्चा खुलकर कुछ बोलेगा.
Anushka, my colleague, joining us from Jantar, Mantar. Anushka, the meeting yesterday went on for almost 2 hours, and it was very clear what the Congress, what the Cockroach Janata Party has made very clear is that they have 3 main demands and 5 reform suggestions that was discussed during that 2-hour meeting that took place yesterday, which is why the government said they'll come back today. They've agreed on those two demands, the demands of the compensation and for no FIRs, no legal action against the protesters. As far as the resignation stands, now we've had the CJP take to social media platforms saying if it's a no from the government, there's no point having the discussion. So the big question really is, will the discussions even take place? Because the government's been very strong, and even stronger a stand that they're taking, that this is not even on the table, this is not on the cards. The resignation of the education minister is off the table.
That's right, Divya. We have seen the deadlock that can be seen right now in the Jantar Mantar protests, where the CJP delegations are constantly meeting the government and also speaking to Union Minister JP Nadda and Jitendra Singh. We have seen yesterday also a round of discussion happened at the Vittal Bhai area. But now we are seeing that the Cockroach Janata Party delegation has clearly said that if there is no resignation of Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, then there is no point of having the discussion. So far, the government has accepted two of the demands that the student protesters have in fact given into the discussion. One is of taking no punitive action against the peaceful protesters, and the second is compensation to the families who lost their child through the NEET paper leak. Now we have seen that in this case the protesters are constantly saying that there should be and there is a necessity of the educational reforms in the country. We have seen the government taking steps by doing a whole overhaul in the NTA. But now we are seeing that the protest is much more than just the NEET paper leak scam. It is about the overall educational reforms that has been in fact raised. The slogans that we can see at the Jantar Mantar, which the students, the peaceful protesters who are gathered at the Jantar Mantar are in fact raising, that there needs to be accountability in such kind of situations. Also, during all of this, we have seen that in this kind of a situation, the government has in fact proposed that in fact, from the Prime Minister has directly addressed the protesters sitting in Jantar Mantar that they are going to take this into consideration, and that the future of the youth is of utmost priority, and steps are being taken. There's a complete overhaul that has happened in NTA. Also, there has been the Prime Minister has also said that fast track courts are set up so that there needs to be a stringent action on each and every person who is involved in the paper leaking scam, and that the compensation will in fact be given to the families. Remember, Sonam Wangchuk, who was in the protest, was on a hunger strike, had broken his hunger strike after 26 days with Union Minister JP Nadda and Jitendra Singh who were there, and they had given written assurances that no punitive action will be taken on the protesters.
We will keep coming back to you. Anushka, my colleague, joining us from Jantar Mantar, getting us details of that 1 crore compensation for the families of the victims who have died by suicide, and also no FIRs for those who have been protesting since, at Jantar Mantar or on the 20th of this month. Now, it's been less than 24 hours since the Prime Minister made his late-night appeal to protesters, like Anushka was mentioning, and also promising strict action when it comes to the paper leak issue. The series of major decisions taken by the government really continues, while the government has already notified fast-track courts on the paper leaks issue and has transferred the Education Secretary. The Cabinet today approved, in fact, went ahead as far as a new bill with more stringent punishments for paper leakers. In the latest NTA is undergoing an overhaul. 47 NTA employees have been terminated. This is the new general manager positions have been notified. 16 young professionals are going to be hired, with further recruitment across 10 other verticals. The NTA is also set to get a new chief. This is a Chief Information Security Officer to oversee cyber security, and a new Chief of Vigilance to oversee malpractices and coordinate with the CBI, with the ED and the police. So, of course, after the Prime Minister came out and, that late night message that came out at 12 o'clock on Thursday night, and yesterday the Prime Minister came out again. Last night, the Prime Minister again came out on his Instagram. This is his Instagram outreach with yet another video message. According to what we can see this time, he has expressed gratitude to the youth. In the latest video, the Prime Minister reportedly has thanked the youth for their overwhelming support as far as his earlier video, the video that came out 24 hours back on Thursday. The Prime Minister also said that the love and the positive response that he has got, because he's got millions and millions of views, will only make their bond stronger in the days ahead. This comes at a time when students continue their protests, and also when the Prime Minister allegedly has instructed his ministers to intensify their outreach on Instagram particularly. And this video is a testimony to the fact that the Prime Minister is leading from the front as far as his outreach on social media platform Instagram is concerned. This is his bit, and that is what he's putting out. This is a thank you message of the Prime Minister to the youth of the country.
Thank you, friends. कल देर रात आपसे मिलने का मौका मिल गया। मेरे जो वीडियो पोस्ट किया था उसको जिस प्रकार से आपने रिस्पॉन्ड किया, सकारात्मक सुझाव दिए, थैंक्स टू एवरीबॉडी। ये आपका प्यार बना रहेगा, हमारा नाता और अधिक सक्रियता से जुड़ता रहेगा। थैंक यू दोस्तों।
That was the Prime Minister thanking, in his typical style, Mitro or friends. Now, government sources are telling NDTV that Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation is not going to be discussed if that meeting takes place today in the afternoon at 3 o'clock, after the meeting, after the second round that took place yesterday on Friday. According to government sources, the centre believes that quitting would be the easiest decision, while responsibility lies in staying and fixing the system. The government sources say a list of problems within the NTA is being prepared for reforms. Several paper league gangs have already been busted. More action is in the pipeline, and the party continues to stand firmly behind the minister. However, the government's position stands in sharp contrast to the demands that are being made and raised by the students. While protesters have sought the resignation of the education minister, government sources say that the focus is basically on fixing the system rather than changing the one responsible or holding the education minister responsible. Meanwhile, the logjam is expected to continue in the parliament as the opposition is hell-bent on the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan.
5 दिन तक पार्लियामेंट में नीट एग्जाम पेपर लीक को लेकर के चर्चा नहीं कर पाए। हम तो आज भी फिर से अपील किया है, तो अभी जो महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय कैबिनेट ने लिया है उसका ब्रीफिंग हमारा आईएनबी मंत्री जी ब्रीफिंग करेंगे। हमने आज भी राहुल गांधी जी खुद सदन में थे, तो हमने कहा कि आप बहस तुरंत शुरू कराइए। अब तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने दिखा दिया कि वो बहस में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है एक्चुअली।
रिजिजू जी ने स्टेटमेंट किया कि वो चाहते हैं कि हम अपने एमपी से कहें कि डिस्कशन होना चाहिए। अब नॉर्मल प्रोटोकॉल होता है कि अगर कोई किसी का नाम लेता है तो फिर उसको रिस्पांस दिया जाता है। तो हमसे कहा कि हमें चर्चा करनी है। जब मैं उसका जवाब देना चाह रहा था, फिर मुझसे माइक ले लिया, मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं दी। मगर मैं क्लियरली कहना चाहता हूं, जो ऑपोजिशन का स्टांस है, 3 मांगे हैं स्टूडेंट्स की। पहली मांग, करप्ट education minister has to go. Second, जिन लोगों ने स्टूडेंट्स पे आक्रमण किया, मारा, उन पर एक्शन, अकाउंटेबिलिटी। और थर्ड, that Prime Minister should apologize to the students. These are the 3 conditions. We are not going to have any conversation, any discussion before Mr. Pradhan is sacked.
Now, while Rahul Gandhi is demanding the resignation of Mr. Pradhan, it is Congress's MP Imran Masood's Anna Part 2 and personal deal with the government remarks about Sonam Wangchuk that's got the cockroach Jantar Party's national spokesperson saying that we don't know what the Congress is thinking. While they've done a lot, they've negotiated as far as a legal case, they've negotiated as far as the compensation issue is concerned, but it's not right to be questioning Sonam Wangchuk. Let's listen in.
उससे शर्मनाक कुछ हो नहीं सकता है जिस व्यक्ति ने 26 दिन भूख हड़ताल कर ली, अपनी जान जोखिम में डाल दी, मतलब देश के भविष्य के लिए इतना कुछ। क्या आप राइट विंग वाले पता नहीं क्या कर रहे हैं, उनको ही आप जो है ट्रोल कर रहे हैं, उससे ज्यादा शर्मनाक कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
के अलावा कांग्रेस पार्टी ने भी उनको कहा कि वो अन्ना हजारे पार्ट 2 है।
कांग्रेस का हमें पता नहीं वो क्या सोच रहे हैं, लेकिन बहुत ज्यादा कुछ किया है उन्होंने। जाते जाते भी नेगोशिएट करके गए हैं कि लीगल केस ना हो, कॉम्पनसेशन मिले। तो पता नहीं सोनम जी के व्यक्तित्व पे सही सवाल उठाना सही बात नहीं है।
Questioning the Congress party, of course, is, the Cockroach Jantar party. They're asking as to why they're questioning Sonam Wangchuk, who's been on the streets. He's been on that indefinite fast, and questioning as to why he's ended his fast. Aishwarya, my colleague, joining us in order to get us details. Aishwarya, take us through, breaking news coming in of the Cockroach Jantar party really holding the Congress now responsible for raising those questions against their leader of sorts. So we're talking about Sonam Wangchuk breaking his fast and the kind of remarks that have come about, particularly from Imran Masood.
Well, that's right. In fact, it was Imran Masood of the Congress party who stated that it is Anna Andolan Part 2. And ultimately, remember, at that point in time, it was stated by the Congress party that Anna Hazare got compromised with the opposition parties, and therefore they ended their fast, and that's what happened with Sonam Wangchuk as well. It is, certainly... now what we have been told is that after Imran Masood's comment, the CJP has slammed Imran Masood, stating that whatever Congress wants to think they can, but certainly because of Sonam Wangchuk, the negotiations took place between the government and the CJP. It is also the compensation that now has been agreed, and government is positive to give a compensation to the parents of those students who committed suicide because of NEET paper leak case. The CJP also gave credit to Sonam Wangchuk on having negotiations with the government as far as no legal case to be taken against students who are protesting there at Jantar Mantar, and also who protested at the parliament. So yes, giving the CJP clearly taking credit, giving credit to Sonam Wangchuk and slamming the Congress party over the comments of Anna Andolan 2.0 of Imran Masood, and stated that whatever Congress wanted to think, or whatever any other opposition party wanted to think, they can. But certainly what we have seen in the backdrop is that the Congress party clearly taking the entire student protest forward to the parliament as well, and many in the Bharatiya Janata Party had stated that the Congress has completely hijacked the CJP protests.
Right, Aishwarya, we should just listen in to Imran Masood of the Congress party there, calling Wangchuk Anna Hazare Part 2, and like Aishwarya mentioned that he struck a deal with the government is what is being said by this Congress MP. Let's listen in.
अन्ना पार्ट 2, 12 साल अन्ना खामोश हो गए, अब वांगचुक साहब खामोश रहेंगे। ये कुछ नहीं है इसके अलावा। हमें तो पहले दिन से पता था। कल डील कर रहे थे आप सरकार के साथ, कोई छात्र भी था क्या वहां? सारे लद्दाख के लोग थे। आपकी अपनी डील हो रही है, आपने अपना डील कर रही है, इसके अलावा क्या है सरकार के साथ?
And staying with news, as far as the protest is concerned, the Delhi police have now widened their probe into the student protests at Jantar Mantar. So, sir, telling NDTV that a facial recognition system scan backed by CCTV footage and social media analysis has identified nearly 400 people with criminal records who were present around the protest site between the 20th of this month till the 24th. So, sir, also claiming that one history sheeter has been linked to the violence that took place on the 20th of July, when police personnel were attacked and several officers were also injured. These findings are now being used to trace the role of criminal elements in the protests, and investigators are examining whether organized offenders were part of the unrest.
जंतर मंतर पर पुलिस ने FRS इनेबल कैमरे लगाए हैं। अब इसको लेकर एक तरह की अफवाह उड़ रही है कि दिल्ली पुलिस छात्रों की जासूसी कर रही है, उनकी प्राइवेसी को भंग कर रही है। आखिर FRS सिस्टम क्या होता है, जिसको एक देशी भाषा में परख भी कहते हैं, ये पूरा सिस्टम क्या होता है और कैसे काम करता है। इस वक्त मैं FRS के कंट्रोल रूम में हूं और आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर अलग अलग कैमरों की लाइव फीड आ रही है और सैकड़ों की संख्या में यहाँ पर लोग निकल रहे हैं। अब FRS सिस्टम काम कैसे करता है? जो FRS इनेबल कैमरे हैं वो यहाँ पर अगर कोई अपराधी घूम रहा है या कोई संदिग्ध है, कोई असामाजिक तत्व है जिसका पहले से क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड है, ऐसे लोगों की पहचान करता है और तुरंत उनकी तस्वीर यहाँ पर आती है और यहाँ पर जो उनका डोजियर है, यानी कि जो उनका पुराने केस हैं, उनका सारा डिटेल्स यहाँ पर आता है। तो जैसे ही कोई सस्पेक्ट आता है इन कैमरों की जद में, चाहे भले ही सैकड़ों लोग खड़े हों, उनमें से उस सस्पेक्ट की फ़ोटो वो निकालता है और पूरी फ़ोटो जो उसका पूरा बैकग्राउंड है वो यहाँ पर आता है। और यहाँ पर एक नोटिफिकेशन आता है जो कंट्रोल रूम में बैठा शख्स होता है, और नोटिफिकेशन आते ही उसकी पूरी जानकारी यहाँ पर आती है। और राइट में ये आप जो देख रहे हैं डेटा, यहाँ पर जो सॉफ्टवेयर है उसमें हज़ारों की संख्या में जो असामाजिक तत्व हैं, क्रिमिनल्स हैं, आतंकवादी हैं, उन सबका यहाँ पर डेटा इस सॉफ्टवेयर में है। और पूरा जो क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड है, पूरा डोजियर है, फ़ोटो तस्वीरें, वो सारा इस सॉफ्टवेयर में होता है। तो इस तरह से ये सॉफ्टवेयर जो है वो FRS इनेबल कैमरों से कनेक्ट होता है, और जैसे ही कोई असामाजिक तत्व यहाँ पर आया उसकी तुरंत यहाँ पर तस्वीर आती है, और फिर ये कंट्रोल रूम में जो राहुल बैठे हैं या कोई और बैठा होता है वो तुरंत मौके पर जो गेट पर स्टाफ होता है जहां पर ये शख्स होता है उसको इन्फॉर्म करते हैं कि ये सस्पेक्ट या अपराधी यहाँ पर दिख रहा है, और पुलिस वहां पर पहुंचकर उसको वेरीफाई करती है कि क्या ये जमानत पर है या ये गिरफ्तारी कैसे बच रहा है, कोई भागा हुआ अपराधी है। तो इस तरह के कैमरे जो है वो इसलिए लगाए गए हैं जंतर मंतर पर, क्योंकि पुलिस को इस तरह के इनपुट मिल रहे थे कि वहाँ पर कुछ बैड एलिमेंट यानी कि असामाजिक तत्व, अपराधी किस्म के लोग भी आ रहे हैं। तो उनकी पहचान करने के लिए और उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने के लिए ये कैमरे लगाए गए हैं।
Right, and it's been 5 days since the first violent clash that started in Jantar Mantar in Delhi. The fallout continues. Protesters and police personnel have both paid a price, and the tension refuses to die down. The police continues to face allegations of excessive force, with Rahul Gandhi presenting a young man who claimed he suffered pellet injuries. At the same time, the police say that they have come under attack as well over the past few days, with multiple FIRs that have been registered and scores of security personnel being injured. Around 60 protesters were also injured in the clashes that took place on the 20th of this month. The bigger question is who is responsible for this as far as this confrontation is concerned. Why does the cycle keep repeating? And to understand what happened on the ground, we have Padmaja, my colleague, speaking to two police officers. Let's listen in.
मैं आपसे शुरुआत करती हूं प्रदीप जी, ये बताइए कि ज्यादातर तो लोग को लगा था कि जो भी हिंसा हुई थी 20 तारीख को ही हुई थी। 21 तारीख को आपको चोट कैसे लगी? पहले ये बताइए आपको चोट लगी क्या है?
मैम 21 तारीख को करीब शाम को 7:30-8 बजे हम लोग मैम टॉसा रोड पर जंतर मंतर के पास खड़े थे, और वहां पर मैम कुछ गैदरिंग 700-800 लोगों की थी, और मैम देवर मूविंग टुवर्ड्स अपना संसद मार्ग, और वहां पर जो है हमारे ऑफिसर्स और हमने जो है उन लोगों को रोकने की कोशिश की भाई कि आप लोग जो है इसे आगे मूव मत कीजिए, और उनको समझाते हुए आपस में बातचीत करते हुए कुछ लोग उसमें अग्रेसिव हो गए मैम, और उन लोगों ने हमारे ऊपर अटैक किया।
किस तरीके से अटैक किया? आपको ये चोट जो लगी है सर पे कैसे लगी है?
उसमें कई तरह के एलिमेंट्स थे मैम, उसमें पथराव भी हुए हैं, बॉटल भी फेंकी गई हैं मैम, कुछ मतलब शार्प चीजें भी फेंकी गई हैं। एक्चुअली मुझे एग्जैक्टली तो मैं नहीं कह सकता कि मुझे क्या लगा, बट मैम जो है कोई शार्प वेपन था, बिकॉज मैम 4 टाके लगे और आंख के ऊपर जो है मैम काफी गहरी चोट।
आप थोड़ा डिस्क्राइब करेंगे किस तरीके के लोग थे, क्योंकि पुलिस में आपको एक अंदाजा होता है, और ये बात भी सच है कि जब मैं जंतर मंतर गई थी तो वहां पर कई मुझे ऐसे बच्चे जो जेन्युइन बच्चे हैं वो दिखे थे, जो वहां पर अपना एग्जाम के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, जो वहां पर गाना गा रहे थे, झंडा पकड़े हुए थे। पर एक साइड ये भी है कि कुछ उपद्रवी थे। क्या बैकग्राउंड के लोग आपको ये लग रहे थे? क्या उम्र क्या होगी, बैकग्राउंड क्या होगा, कुछ बताएंगे?
एज ग्रुप हर किस्म के थे, बच्चे ही थे और उसके अंदर में मिक्स एज ग्रुप के लोग थे, और फ्रॉम माय एक्सपीरियंस स्टूडेंट्स ही नहीं थे, बहुत से एलिमेंट्स थे मैम, और जो उनका बिहेवियर था और वो मैं सडनली कह सकता हूँ कि वो स्टूडेंट्स का नहीं था। पीएचडी स्टूडेंट्स यूनिवर्सिटी में हमने ड्यूटी कर रखी है, हर जगह हम लोग जाते हैं, और स्टूडेंट्स कभी इस तरह का बिहेवियर नहीं कर सकते और नहीं करते। तो एज पर माई नॉलेज और अंडरस्टैंडिंग मैम दे वर नॉट स्टूडेंट्स।
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition. We will continue our coverage as far as what's happening at Jantar Mantar, and will those talks, the round 3 between the, the CJP and the government, is going to take place today, this afternoon, or not? Do stay tuned to NDTV 24/7.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से, जय हो देश हो विदेश हो, जय हो।
देश का टायर JK टायर।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। मसाला।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
India is at a 2030 turning point. EVs, hybrids, biofuels, or hydrogen. What fuel wins where? Join top auto CEOs, policy experts, and industry titans at the NDTV Automate Fuel and Future Summit 2026.
Where you need charging infrastructure, you need it on highways.
Catch the exclusive coverage only on NDTV.
चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
This is India Inc.'s Roll of Honor, recognizing the leaders shaping India's growth story, where ambition, enterprise, and excellence meet. In the presence of the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman. NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards, 26 July on the NDTV network. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury, and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
You're watching NDTV 24/7. The hope is that beyond this election, this will be one of the major issues. With multiple challengers in the fray, the TMC also has done a bit of rejigging. Remember, this is also a district that has been plagued by communal violence. Come to some of the sabhas that the BJP is also organizing, especially in the villages of West Bengal.
When stories have impact.
Dharmendra Joshi, managing editor and prime time anchor.
Then news has influence. The buck stops here with Padmaja Joshi.
Your work is being watched by people. You think that you're making an impact in this time. I think that's really a huge validation, very rewarding, and I'm pretty certain that Team NDTV will go from strength to strength.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind you, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandeBharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move.
This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense.
Hello and welcome to Fault Lines. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. This week on the show, the war that was contained but no longer is. The US-Iran conflict isn't just widening, it's now redrawing the map of the Gulf. Bridges, power plants, desalination units, nuclear infrastructure. Both sides are now hitting where it hurts the most, that is energy and civilians. Next on the show, well, the war is choking the world's oil arteries. Two choke points in a single crisis, the Strait of Hormuz, and now the Houthis force open a second front, that is Bab al-Mandab. We tell you what this means for the planet's oil. And then we tell you about a shake-up in Kiev. Ukraine's top military commander shown the door, what it means for the war effort and why was this done right now. All those questions answered right here on Fault Lines. But first up, the big story this week. The US-Iran war is no longer a war of limited strikes. It's now widening and it's widening fast. The scope of targets on both sides has expanded drastically. Moving well beyond military assets and deep into civilian and energy infrastructure, Donald Trump issued a stark warning, vowing to destroy a bridge for every ship attacked in the region. Tehran's answer, an eye for an eye. On the ground, inside Iran, the damage is only mounting. Water, desalination facilities, all hit. Bridges and roads destroyed by missile strikes. Naval sites struck on the island as well, Qasem Island. Even Iran's under-construction nuclear power plants are now in the crosshairs. And Iran is hitting back, with American soldiers killed in Jordan and Iraq, and strikes on American and allied infrastructure across the entire Gulf. Before we get to the map of a war that's spreading by the day, listen in to what Donald Trump said about how he's now upping the ante.
This is with this skirmish we have with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and I call it that because let me tell you, they're getting hit so hard and they want to make a deal. But I say they're not ready to make a deal because every time they make a deal, they want to change it and everything. They're not ready. They'll be ready very soon.
Iran's in a lot of trouble. I mean, at the end of the day, they obviously don't have a free press that reports on for example, you guys will report on, the impact it's having on the U.S. economy and gas prices and this and that. They don't have that in Iran. But I can tell you they're facing hyperinflation, runaway inflation, high food costs. These are all pre-existing. They've all gotten worse. They've suffered a tremendous amount of damage to their military infrastructure, but they've also spent 20 years taking every penny they have and not spending it on their country.
Under construction, the Akovin nuclear power plant is in fact one of the key areas that is in focus. Let's now tell you about this entire war and the dangerous phase it has now entered. The scope of targets on both sides has actually expanded drastically, and we're going to walk you through where exactly the hits have been and how significant they have been. This is no longer just confined to military assets. Civilian and energy infrastructure is now in the crosshairs. In Iran and in the entire Gulf region. Washington's message, meanwhile, is blunt, simple. Donald Trump has warned Iran will pay a heavy price for every ship attacked in the entire region. In fact, Tehran's response to that is that it is equally uncompromising in its position, vowing that it will hit back for every attack. Let's now tell you the damage on the ground, what has happened. Inside Iran, infrastructure is taking direct hits. As far as some of those provinces are concerned, water and desalination facilities have been struck. You can see that. That is the particular province where this has happened. That's only one part of the impact. The result of this has been that the entire water supply has been cut off for thousands of civilians in that entire region. Let's now go further south and tell you about the missile strikes that have actually destroyed bridges and road infrastructure in the entire region, severing key transit routes. And that, in fact, is something that could have huge impact for civilians. Washington insists that these are legit military targets. On Kashim Island, naval and military installations have been hit. And in Khuzestan, province, the under construction Darkovin nuclear power plant is now also on the target list. But Iran is hitting back, and it's hitting back hard. And we're going to tell you now exactly how those numbers add up. 3 US soldiers have been killed in Jordan. Iran vowed an eye for an eye, remember? 1 US soldier has been killed in Iraq as well. That is how casualties are only mounting for America. This is in Erbil. Amazon's data infrastructure has been targeted. And in Kuwait, significant material losses have taken place to the entire oil infrastructure. This has huge implications, viewers. Power, water plants have also been hit. This is a war that's no longer staying inside battle lines. It's hitting pipelines, it's hitting plants, and it's hitting power grids and dragging in everyone that's connected to them, which is why knowing the scale of the damage done to infrastructure gives you a sense of where this is likely to go. I'm going to now play out that important soundbite of Iranian state TV television anchor to tell you what the official line of Iran is.
The Speaker of the Islamic Consultative Assembly, in a message on social media, addressing Donald Trump, wrote security for all or for no one. The security of the Strait is in the absence of American forces. In this message, while emphasizing that, the equation of this war is clear: either all or none.
Now, 2 waterways, 1 global supply chain, and right now both are choking. We just told you the energy infrastructure that has been hit. Let's now tell you how much the entire waterways and arteries of global oil have been hit. Strait of Hormuz, that's Iran's front door to the Gulf, is functioning at a fraction of its capacity. And 2,000 kilometers away, the Houthis have just forced open a second front at Bab al-Mandab. Together, these 2 choke points carry a massive share of the world's oil. And right now, both are under pressure from missiles, from militia, and from Tehran's own hand on the tap. Let's now tell you what this double blockade is really turning into a global energy crisis. Now, first and foremost, call it a double choke point crisis because that's exactly what the Gulf is right now facing. Let's start with the Strait of Hormuz, where Iran has reinstated closure of the waterway, backed by heavy naval policing from Tehran. Passages being allowed only selectively, and the result is a catastrophic collapse in terms of the overall traffic. Transits through the strait have been completely cratered by an estimated 95%. Essentially, 5 out of 100 are actually going through, where more than 130 ships actually passed through daily before the war escalated. That number is now just down to 10, maybe 15 on a good day. The US did attempt a counter strategy to keep the waterway open. An MOU, remember, briefly triggered some sort of a recovery in traffic, but that MOU has now effectively collapsed. And with it, a near total blockade is back in place. Let's now tell you about the second front, that is Bab al-Mandab. The Iran-aligned Houthis have opened an entirely new front in this war, targeting ships in the Red Sea. This time, the embargo is aimed squarely at the Saudi Arabian shipping lines, hitting the kingdom's primary alternative export route. That means a parallel embargo is now compounding the crisis in the Red Sea, right as Hormuz is nearly sealed. And the numbers make clear why this matters globally, viewers, because around 7% of the world's oil output transits through this strait alone. 2 choke points, 2 blockades, 1 global energy system that's now bracing for the fallout to be significant. Let's now talk about how this is likely to pan out and what could be the major military implications of this. Itai Melchior, who is a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, joins me on the broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us on Fault Lines. Let me start by asking you, the fact that there are now multiple blockades, the fact that there is now very sharp war rhetoric that's coming in from both sides, and the fact that they are only looking to escalate this. How do you read it?
Yes, well, talk is cheap, and we've heard very high rhetorics before, especially from the side of President Trump, and action yet remains to be seen. You did mention sites that have been attacked, but in the end, most of the attacks have been against either military targets or bridges, which you can argue help move military assets. And there's not been a significant attempt in this round on Iranian infrastructure. On the other hand, Iran's retaliation has specifically targeted both data centers, which are today an essential part of infrastructure in the world, and power plants and refineries. So it's not symmetrical. And I think that one of the things we are not hearing is the Gulf states, which are keeping very silent at this moment because they are not sure that Trump is going to go all the way. And currently they are the ones who are paying the cash for these attacks because their assets are being hit. Yes, Iran is also targeting military U.S. targets in the U.S., in Jordan and in Iraq, but that is a minor issue. And the main issue, I think, for the Gulf states now is waiting to see if Trump does carry on a full-on attempt, because for now they're keeping extremely silent, besides some very small diplomatic protests, calling the ambassadors and giving them letters. We have not seen a real outcry from their side, and I think they're still waiting to see how
whether Donald Trump is going to carry this through or not. Which brings me to ask the fact that civilian infrastructure in the entire Gulf region has been hit by Iranians. Where do you see now the response coming in from Donald Trump? And more importantly, how do you see the entire diplomatic channels really being activated, given the fact that very serious civilian infrastructure has been targeted?
This is a much bigger game than the regional game, because the U.S., while looking to Iran, is also having one eye on China and one eye on Russia, Ukraine, and they only have so many eyes. Inside the U.S., you have more or less two camps in the administration. One is J.D. Vance, that is promoting agreements, and one is Rubio and Hegseth, which are looking for more military action. So those two sides are vying for Trump's attention, and the big threat on Trump is the mid-elections and the oil prices. Now, just a week ago, oil prices were around $85 a barrel, and today they're already inching towards $100 a barrel, so that's a big change. And again, the Americans, when they go to the midterm elections, one of the things they look at closely is the number on the oil pump. And therefore, Trump does not want to rock this. Either he wants it over with quickly enough so the prices go down again before the elections, or he's not going to do something significant. I don't think it's been decided yet, even in Trump's mind. So therefore, we have to see what he decides and how this pans out. But other factors are Iranian oil exports to China. Part of the deal was to allow Iran to export oil. This has now also come to a stop. So there's also pressure and economic pressure on Iran. When the straits are closed, they're closed mainly for Iranian goods and export of oil. So the pressure is also on Iran.
Important point you're making there about financial pressure on Iran. But let me then ask you about the role of Houthis. Since 28th of February, the Iranian proxy network has been activated, but the Houthis have so far not been playing a very major role. That has changed now. How much will that impact the conflict and the direction in which it may go from here?
Houthis have always been a proxy of Iran and operated by Iran. So, of course, when they're doing something, it's at the request of Iran. It's not something they woke up in the morning and decided to do. Prior to this, it was maybe under the radar, but the Saudis did attack an airport which was carrying planes from Iran, which they wanted to stop, and this is somehow retaliation for this. We've seen several rounds of war between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia. I think currently we won't see any other Gulf state intervene there. We may see the U.S. come to help Saudi Arabia because it is, again, a U.S. interest. We've seen the U.S. more than a year ago make some serious damage on the Houthis, and they might, again, at the request of Saudis, come and help there. One country that we haven't spoken about so far is Israel.
I was coming to just that. That was going to be my final and most important question. Where do you see Israel in this? Because Prime Minister Netanyahu has been very clear so far and all along that he will respond and Israel will respond the way it should if at all this risk increases?
So in Israel, we are now during summer holidays, and everybody wants to go abroad. And the most common asked question with people is not where are you going this year, is are you sure it's okay to go, because maybe you won't be able to come back. So we've experienced several closures of Israeli airspace, and people have been stuck abroad or stuck in Israel. So this is the big question, which nobody has a good answer to. Again, so far it's a limited exchange of fire between the US and Iran. We've also not seen other countries intervene, and besides minor Saudi hits on the Houthis, we haven't seen anybody else intervene. So in the end, the ball is in the hands of the Iranians. If the Iranians keep it this way, it will stay limited. We might see a change of that in two reasons. They might want to drag Israel into the fray, and then they will start attacking. Or use Israel and civilian infrastructure in other countries as retaliation if the US decides to step up. Remember last night, for the first time, we saw heavy bombers from the US join the attacks. So this may also be happen, but the ball is in Iran's hands.
All right, let's leave it there. Let's see how this actually pans out. It looks like you're spending the summer in Israel, and let's see how it actually pans out through the summer and whether or not this remains a contained conflict or escalates. Thanks so much for joining us on Fault Lines.
Thank you.
All right, on that note, viewers, we slip into a very short break. We come back on the other side, tell you more about why is it that Ukraine sacked its general in the middle of the conflict, and lots more on the other side. Stay with us.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
India is at a 2030 turning point. EVs, hybrids, biofuels, or hydrogen. What fuel wins where? Join top auto CEOs, policy experts, and industry titans at the NDTV Automate Fuel and Future Summit 2026.
Where you need charging infrastructure, you need it on highways.
Catch the exclusive coverage only on NDTV. Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
Welcome back. You're watching Fault Lines with me, Gauri Dwivedi. Shifting focus now to Ukraine. Well, viewers, he was hailed as the general who's helped save Kiev from falling to Russia. But now Ukraine's top military commander has been shown the door. President Volodymyr Zelensky's dramatic decision comes amidst mounting public anger, political turmoil, and growing questions over how Ukraine should actually fight the next phase of this conflict. This report tells you why exactly the top general was fired, even though he had actually good results to show on ground. Take a look.
It is the biggest military shakeup in Ukraine since the full-scale Russian invasion. President Volodymyr Zelensky has dismissed Commander-in-Chief General Oleksandr Syrsky and appointed 43-year-old Major General Mikhailo Drapati as the new head of Ukraine's armed forces. The decision marks a dramatic fall for Syrskyi. He was once celebrated for leading the defense of Kiev in 2022. He has been hailed for masterminding the Kharkiv counteroffensive and the Kursk incursion. But over time, criticism mounted. Many soldiers and analysts accused him of relying on rigid Soviet-style tactics, costly frontal assaults, and decisions that resulted in heavy battlefield losses, especially in brutal battles like Bakhmut. The final trigger, however, appears to have been a political storm in Kyiv. The recent dismissal of reform-minded Defense Minister Mikhailo Fedorov sparked nationwide protest. Fedorov had openly clashed with Syrskyi over military reforms, technology, and the future direction of Ukraine's armed forces. As public anger grew, pressure on Zelensky intensified. Enter Mikhailo Drapati, a battle-hardened commander known for bold tactics and accountability. He belongs to a younger generation of military leaders and has built a reputation for embracing drones, decentralized command, and rapid battlefield innovation. Zelensky hopes Drapati can modernize the army and prepare Ukraine for a long war against Russia. But changing the commander may not change the battlefield overnight. Ukraine still faces relentless Russian offensives, manpower shortages, and uncertainty over military support from the West. The war is entering a new phase, and Zelensky is betting that a new general can change Ukraine's fortunes before time runs out.
Viewers, turning attention now to another story that's almost like a recurring pattern. Ambassadors summoned, accusations flying, another clash that has taken place at the South China Sea. And the Philippines are at each other's throats yet again. China and Philippines, yet again. A sailor injured, boats damaged, both sides blaming each other. But look past the incident and there's a bigger story there. China is not backing down. It's digging in. And as far as Manila is concerned, well, its options have always been very limited as far as the South China Sea is concerned. Why is it that China keeps picking on Philippines? And why is it that Manila has no options? This report tells you.
Another week, another flashpoint at sea. This time, second Thomas Shoal. A Filipino sailor hurt. Rubber boats damaged. Ambassadors summoned on both sides within hours. But this isn't new. This is routine now. In 2023, a laser aimed at a Philippine ship. In 2024, twice more, ambassadors summoned. Now, 2026, same trend again. And China's Coast Guard presence in these waters isn't shrinking. It's expanding. More ships, more patrols, more frequent standoffs. Beijing has normalizing control over them. And Manila, it seems it's boxed in. It won an arbitration case in 2016. China ignored it. It leaned on Washington, expanded bases, joint patrols. China pushed back harder. Diplomatic protests. Beijing shrugs them off. International law. Beijing doesn't recognize the ruling. As for military options, the Philippines simply doesn't have the firepower to match China at sea. Every tool Manila has tried, legal, diplomatic, military, has been met with more pressure, not less. That's the real story here. China is playing a long game. Presence today becomes precedent tomorrow, and the more incidents pile up, the more normal Chinese control over these waters starts to look. Now zoom out. This isn't just a Philippines problem, it's an ASEAN concern. But the grouping has a consensus problem. 10 countries, different stakes, different comfort levels with confronting Beijing. Vietnam has its own disputes. Malaysia and Indonesia tread carefully. Cambodia and Laos lean toward China. That means ASEAN as a bloc rarely speaks with one voice on the South China Sea. And China knows it. Each incident with the Philippines is also a signal to the rest of ASEAN.
And viewers, this is bigger than one shoal, one sailor, one summoned ambassador, because China's message is simple. We are not leaving these waters, we are expanding in them. And the Philippines is discovering a hard truth. Standing up to Beijing comes with a price. As for ASEAN, the test is different. Can 10 nations with 10 different interests ever hold a common line against one power that keeps pushing? And that silence, that lack of a unified ASEAN voice, may be China's biggest advantage in South China Sea. Well, with that, we wrap things up on this edition of Fault Lines, viewers. Thanks so very much for watching.
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
India is at a 2030 turning point. EVs, hybrids, biofuels or hydrogen, what fuel wins where? Join top auto CEOs, policy experts and industry titans at the NDTV Automate Fuel and Future Summit 2026.
Where you need charging infrastructure, you need it on highways.
Catch the exclusive coverage only on NDTV.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
This is India Inc.'s Roll of Honor, recognizing the leaders shaping India's growth story.
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadra. We have a whole lot lined up for you before those talks that are going to be taking place between the CJP and the government. Do remember this is the third round of talks, but the CJP has spoken up before that a meeting that can take place at 3 o'clock this afternoon, that they're not interested. They're saying if it's a no from the government as far as their key demand is concerned, then they don't even want to meet. We're going to get you details. First, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi releases a second edition of his Instagram outreach video thanking India's youth for their support and says their trust is his greatest strength. Before the centre of the CJP hold a third round of talks today, the CJP says if their key demand is non-negotiable, then it's a no, and if it's really a no from the government, then there's no point in meeting. This, as the centre says, Pradhan's resignation is not on the table. And Sonam Wangchuk, breaking his silence as far as ending his fast is concerned, says that his priority was protecting students from FIRs, clarifying that Pradhan's resignation was only one of the several demands, and says he ended the fast after written assurances were given of no action against protesters. The centre steps up its crackdown on the exam mafia with a series of sweeping reforms, from fast-track courts and tougher laws to NTA restructuring and mass terminations. The government says that the cleanup has now begun. And as protests turn violent, the human cost rises. NDTV speaks to those who've been injured. This includes police personnel who recount the chaos as both protesters and cops bear the brunt of the clashes. As the Chief Justice of India, in an exclusive interview to NDTV, has addressed the controversy head-on, rejecting claims that the Supreme Court refused a hearing. The Chief Justice of India says the petition was heard only after it was properly filed. Let's start 11 o'clock this morning on Saturday with breaking news coming in regard to the Assam floods. It's the Prime Minister who's called upon the Chief Minister of Assam to review the flood situation, and the centre there assuring all kind of help, assistance that will be provided to the state. Now do remember the flood situation continues to remain critical with the overall death count that's risen to 62. Over 7 lakh people have been affected across 12 districts, while floodwaters have inundated 856 villages under 37 revenue circles. More than 56,000 hectares of crop area remains submerged. We have Ratnadeep, my colleague, joining us on the phone line. Ratnadeep, take us through the assurances that are being given by the centre, particularly the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma to take a stock of the situation and to review the situation, assuring centres all help to Assam at this moment. This is a major crisis which Assam has been witnessing for the past 1 week, with massive floods in parts of Upper Assam, particularly the district of Sivsagar, which is completely inundated. Even now as we speak, its neighbouring Charaideo district is very badly affected. Jorhat district is another district very badly affected. There, 62 people have lost their lives this time. The death toll might be even more. That's what the Chief Minister said. In fact, close to 100 people, remember, are still missing. Their whereabouts are not known because of this flash flood that has taken place. Now, Centre is rushing in inter-ministerial team today to Upper Assam. The team would reach Upper Assam today to do an on-ground assessment of the damages, of the destruction, as well as the kind of help that Assam would need from Centre, and therefore Centre now helping the Assam government in terms of trying to assess what is the type of damage so that the funds can be provided fast. Meanwhile, for Assam government, the focus remains on a strategy of 3 Rs. The 3 R strategy is of rescue, which is prime focus. Number 2 is relief, that those people who are cut off or who are in relief camps get proper relief, and third is to restore the basic infrastructure. Now, remember the national highway, we've been reporting that the national highway had been cut off in several places. Now the national highway, the floodwaters are no more flowing over the national highway, but the national highway has been very badly damaged, particularly in between Dibrugarh district to Jorhat district. Entire stretch of hundreds of kilometers there are potholes there. I had traveled on that national highway yesterday. In fact, NDTV network is the only network which for the last 1 week has been reporting from ground zero. We are bringing those stories of how tragedy unfolded in Upper Assam, and apart from that, the main rail link still remains disrupted with trains diverted through another route. So Northeast Frontier Railway is working on a war footing to mend the rail tracks that have been damaged by the floodwaters. So there is all these efforts being taken, but the focus still remains on looking for survivors, if any, in the most affected areas. Remember, the Chief Minister yesterday has said that close to 25% of the total inundated area in Upper Assam is still inaccessible. Rescuers have not been able to reach out to many people who might be cut off. This includes operations by Indian Army. This includes aerial operation by Indian Air Force. So you can imagine that the best of the rescuers that the country has are there now in ground zero, and even then about 25% area is still cut off. So that is the challenge that Assam government faces, and now the Prime Minister has called up the Chief Minister to assure that Centre is going to help Assam.
That will be provided, of course, to the state of Assam. As heavy rain, of course, the flood situation there that continues to worsen. At least 14 people have died in the last 24 hours alone, taking the death toll to over 60. More than 7 lakh people have been affected. 856 villages across 12 districts have been submerged. It's Sivsagar that remains to be the worst impacted district, where the entire villages are still underwater. And Ratnadeep there gets us this ground report.
Flood-ravaged village in the most affected Sivsagar district of Assam. You can see here, this is actually the main broad gauge line that links Dibrugarh to Guwahati. Now there is no train plying on this line. Usually all important trains, including the Rajdhani Express, is to actually ply on this line. So this line is disconnected because there have been massive damage to railway infrastructure. But not only railway infrastructure, you can see here, we are using this country boat. Two of the villagers are helping us to take us across the village and to explain to us what kind of loss this flood has caused. Now, this water has come only yesterday after there have been breaches in important rivers in Sivsagar, the Dorika river as well as the Hing river. There has been a breach in the Disang river as well. Now, you can see this in the ground floor of this house, everything is submerged, a scooty is submerged. On my left, if I can ask my camera person to pan, is the Namghar. Now, every Assamese village has a Namghar, which is the place of worship, is a common place of worship, and you can see the half of the Namghar is completely submerged. This just goes to show how everything in a village is submerged. You can see here this house, if I can ask my camera person to pan, if I can ask the camera person to slowly pan, and then we can show the tragedy here. This house is completely submerged. The people here in this house have shifted to a high rise there.
Breaking news coming in as far as the violence that broke out on the 20th of this month. Details from the first FIR regarding that violence, with major revelations in the FIR that hasn't been registered at the Kartavya Path police station. Serious charges that includes attempted murder invoked in the FIR. In fact, attempted murder charge applied in connection with violence occurring in close proximity to Rail Bhavan and Parliament. Now, serious charges including attempted murder were invoked in that FIR registered at the police station. The FIR was registered based on a complaint filed by an inspector posted at the Kartavya Path. Now, the FIR records as far as the police's account of the violence that took place. Now, according to the FIR, some individuals incited the crowd to break through the barricades. Anushka, my colleague, in fact, is joining us to get us details. Anushka, take us through, the FIR that's been registered has been filed at the police station of the Kartavya Path.
That's right. This is the police's version of the FIR and how the clashes broke out on 20th of July. Remember, the BNS sector section 163 was, in effect in the Kartavya Path region. Now, a police inspector who was stationed at the C Hexagon Zone 11 near the Pink booth had in fact received a wireless, notification that he should be in fact near the Rafi Marg near the Rail Bhavan, where the crowd had assembled to march towards the Parliament. When the police officer went there, he saw that majority of the crowd was trying to break through the barricading and was trying to march towards the Parliament, after which they had to stop them and were in fact constantly saying that in this area there is no gathering that is allowed, after which some individuals inside the crowd incited the violence, after which people tried to break the barricading, pelted stones, slippers and sticks on the police officials who were deployed there doing their job. According to the police official, allegedly all those individuals who were the part of the crowd were in fact trying to march towards the Parliament. When the police tried to stop them, they started hitting the police with the intent to kill. That is why the charges of attempt to murder has been invoked in this particular FIR that has been filed at the Kartavya Path police station. The police have said that not only the protesters who were inciting the violence were trying to in fact stop the police officials from doing their job, but were also involved in rioting and trying to incite violence on the person who were involved in government duty. This FIR has been lodged at Kartavya Path police station. Remember, now the number of FIRs filed on this violence case has reached to 15. Now 15 FIRs have been filed in different districts of New Delhi area, and in this FIR there has been attempts to murder that has been invoked by the police because there were certain people in the protest. Amongst the protesters, there were certain individuals who were allegedly trying to incite people to break the barricading and march towards the Parliament. In the process, they started hitting the police officials with the intent to kill, is what the police have gone on to say. Over to you.
Right, thank you so much, Anushka, for getting us details of the FIR that has been registered, the police's version of it. Now, the Delhi police have now widened their probe into the student protests at Jantar Mantar. Sosa telling NDTV that a facial recognition system scan backed by CCTV footage and social media analysis has identified about 400 people so far with criminal records who were present around the protest site, and this is between the 20th to the 24th of July. Sosa claiming that one history sheet demonstrator has been linked to the violence that erupted on the 20th, when police personnel were attacked and several officers were injured. These findings are now being used in order to trace the role of criminal elements in the protests, while investigators are examining whether the organized offenders were part of the unrest.
जंतर मंतर पर पुलिस ने एफआरएस इनेबल कैमरे लगाए हैं। अब इसको लेकर एक तरह की अफवाह उड़ रही है कि दिल्ली पुलिस छात्रों की जासूसी कर रही है, उनकी प्राइवेसी को भंग कर रही है। आखिर एफआरएस सिस्टम क्या होता है, जिसको एक देशी भाषा में परख भी कहते हैं, ये पूरा सिस्टम क्या होता है और कैसे काम करता है। इस वक्त मैं एफआरएस के कंट्रोल रूम में हूँ और आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर अलग अलग कैमरों की लाइव फीड आ रही है और सैकड़ों की संख्या में यहाँ पर लोग निकल रहे हैं। अब एफआरएस सिस्टम काम कैसे करता है? जो एफआरएस इनेबल कैमरे हैं वो यहाँ पर अगर कोई अपराधी घूम रहा है या कोई संदिग्ध है, कोई असामाजिक तत्व है जिसका पहले से क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड है, ऐसे लोगों की पहचान करता है और तुरंत उनकी तस्वीर यहाँ पर आती है और यहाँ पर जो उनका डोजियर है, यानी कि जो उनका पुराने केस हैं, उनका सारा डिटेल्स यहाँ पर आता है। तो जैसे ही कोई सस्पेक्ट आता है इन कैमरों की जद में, चाहे भले ही सैकड़ों लोग खड़े हों, उनमें से उस सस्पेक्ट की फ़ोटो वो निकालता है और पूरी फ़ोटो जो उसका पूरा बैकग्राउंड है वो यहाँ पर आता है और यहाँ पर एक नोटिफिकेशन आता है जो कंट्रोल रूम में बैठा शख्स होता है और नोटिफिकेशन आते ही उसकी पूरी जानकारी यहाँ पर आती है। और राइट में ये आप जो देख रहे हैं डेटा, यहाँ पर जो सॉफ्टवेयर है उसमें हज़ारों की संख्या में जो असामाजिक तत्व हैं, क्रिमिनल्स हैं, आतंकवादी हैं, उन सबका यहाँ पर डेटा इस सॉफ्टवेयर में है और पूरा जो क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड है, पूरा डोजियर है, फ़ोटो तस्वीरें, वो सारा इस सॉफ्टवेयर में होता है। तो इस तरह से ये सॉफ्टवेयर जो है वो एफआरएस इनेबल कैमरों से कनेक्ट होता है और जैसे ही कोई असामाजिक तत्व यहाँ पर आया उसकी तुरंत यहाँ पर तस्वीर आती है और फिर ये कंट्रोल रूम में जो राहुल बैठे हैं या कोई और बैठा होता है वो तुरंत मौके पर जो गेट पर स्टाफ होता है जहां पर ये शख्स होता है उसको इन्फॉर्म करते हैं कि ये सस्पेक्ट या अपराधी यहाँ पर दिख रहा है और पुलिस वहां पर पहुंचकर उसको वेरीफाई करती है कि क्या ये जमानत पर है या ये गिरफ्तारी कैसे बच रहा है, कोई भागा हुआ अपराधी है। तो इस तरह के कैमरे जो है वो इसलिए लगाए गए हैं जंतर मंतर पर क्योंकि पुलिस को इस तरह के इनपुट मिल रहे थे कि वहाँ पर कुछ बैड एलिमेंट यानी कि असामाजिक तत्व, अपराधी किस्म के लोग भी आ रहे हैं। तो उनकी पहचान करने के लिए और उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने के लिए ये कैमरे लगाए गए हैं।
Now, images, emerging from that protest since the 20th, protesters and police personnel both have paid a price. The tension that is, seen between the police and the protesters. As far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, he presented a young man who claims that he suffered pellet injuries. That is a claim that is being made as far as the brutality of the police is concerned by the opposition. Then we also have the police saying that they've come under repeated attacks over the past few days with multiple FIRs that have been registered and scores of security personnel injured. Around 60 protesters were also injured during the clash that started on the 20th. The bigger question really is, why does the cycle keep repeating? To understand what really happened on the ground, Padmaja, my colleague, spoke to 2 police officers who were injured during the clashes.
मैं आपसे शुरुआत करती हूं प्रदीप जी, ये बताइए कि ज्यादातर तो लोग को लगा था कि जो भी हिंसा हुई थी 20 तारीख को ही हुई थी। 21 तारीख को आपको चोट कैसे लगी? पहले ये बताइए आपको चोट लगी क्या है?
मैम 21 तारीख को करीब शाम को 7:30-8 बजे हम लोग मैम टॉसा रोड पर जंतर मंतर के पास खड़े थे और वहां पर मैम कुछ गैदरिंग 700-800 लोगों की थी और मैम देवर मूविंग टुवर्ड्स अपना संसद मार्ग और वहां पर जो है हमारे ऑफिसर्स और हमने जो है उन लोगों को रोकने की कोशिश की भाई कि आप लोग जो है इससे आगे मूव मत कीजिए और उनको समझाते हुए आपस में बातचीत करते हुए कुछ लोग उसमें अग्रेसिव हो गए मैम और उन लोगों ने हमारे ऊपर अटैक कर।
किस तरीके से अटैक किया? आपको ये चोट जो लगी है सर पे कैसे लगी है?
उसमें कई तरह के एलिमेंट्स थे मैम, उसमें पथराव भी हुए हैं, बॉटल भी फेंकी गई हैं मैम, कुछ मतलब शार्प चीजें भी फेंकी गई हैं। एक्चुअली मुझे एग्जैक्टली तो मैं नहीं कह सकता कि मुझे क्या लगा, बट मैम जो है कोई शार्प वेपन था बिकॉज मैम 4 टाके लगे और आंख के ऊपर जो है मैम काफी गहरी चोट।
आप थोड़ा डिस्क्राइब करेंगे किस तरीके के लोग थे, क्योंकि पुलिस में आपको एक अंदाजा होता है और ये बात भी सच है कि जब मैं जंतर मंतर गई थी तो वहां पर कई मुझे ऐसे बच्चे जो जेन्युइन बच्चे हैं वो दिखे थे, जो वहां पर अपना एग्जाम के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, जो वहां पर गाना गा रहे थे, झंडा पकड़े हुए थे। पर एक साइड ये भी है कि कुछ उपद्रवी थे। क्या बैकग्राउंड के लोग आपको ये लग रहे थे? क्या उम्र क्या होगी, बैकग्राउंड क्या होगा, कुछ बताएंगे?
एज ग्रुप हर किस्म के थे, बच्चे ही थे और उसके अंदर में मिक्स एज ग्रुप के लोग थे। और फ्रॉम माय एक्सपीरियंस स्टूडेंट्स ही नहीं थे, बहुत से एलिमेंट्स थे मैम, और जो उनका बिहेवियर था और वो मैं सडनली कह सकता हूँ कि वो स्टूडेंट्स का नहीं था। बिहेवियर स्टूडेंट्स यूनिवर्सिटी में हमने ड्यूटी कर रखी है, हर जगह हम लोग जाते हैं और स्टूडेंट्स कभी इस तरह का बिहेवियर नहीं कर सकते और नहीं करते। तो एज पर माई नॉलेज और अंडरस्टैंडिंग मैम दे वर नॉट स्टूडेंट्स।
And now we have breaking news coming in, and the breaking news is in regard to the use of pellet guns. The CRPF officials have spoken to NDTV, alleging, as far as that use is concerned, that alleged use by the CRPF, any complaint against our personnel is taken very, very seriously. We've noticed that the media and the social media reports about the methods used in order to disperse the crowds. And we're looking into it as far as the issue is concerned. If we find something wrong, a formal inquiry will follow. The Central Reserve Police Force headquarters has, sought an incident report from the Rapid Action Force unit regarding its handling of the student protests in Jantar Mantar. And according to police, this is, the CRPF coming out and speaking to NDTV. Rishabh, my colleague, joining us to get us details. Rishabh, take us through, the action that one can expect to be taken, because they are going to be looking into the matter internally, and they're saying whoever is going to be responsible, that person is going to be held accountable.
The action will be the second step to it. As of now, what we understand, we have spoken to senior officials of CRPF, and they say that a report has been sought by the Inspector General who leads the RAF unit of CRPF, and they are looking into the videos that have allegations of use of method that are being questioned. Pellet gun usage is one of them, and if the persons are found at fault, criminally found at fault, then a court of inquiry would be, established against the personnel. This is something that CRPF has told us. What we're given to understand, there are multiple allegations of usage of pellet guns. Now, our reporters who are on ground who have also spoken to the victims of pellet guns as well during the protests. So we'll have to wait and see how things unfold and what this internal inquiry brings out, and whether there will be further court of inquiry on the RF personnel or not. As of now, CRPF maintain that this is an internal inquiry which happens at any allegation that is leveled against personnel of CRPF, and this is a preliminary activity that does not include any court of inquiry. Court of inquiry will only take place if the force find any merit in the usage or the method in which the demonstrators were dispersed from the protest sites.
Joining us to get us those details now, a medical case sheet from the Safdarjung Hospital has been documented. This is in regard to the pellet injuries that Rishabh, my colleague, was talking about, sustained now by a 28-year-old man who says he was injured during the protest on the 20th around 4 o'clock in the evening. According to the MLC, the man was brought to the hospital with complaints of pain after suffering pellet wounds to his right elbow and his back. Doctors recorded they said he was conscious and that he was hemodynamically stable. His blood pressure, his oxygen saturation all seemed normal. The case sheet further notes the darkening of the skin around those wounds and the pellet shards, as well as the tenderness of the impact as far as the site of those injuries is concerned. They have also marked as far as the injuries, they have been marked on the medical diagram attached to the MLC. The medical record is likely to add to the questions being raised over the use of force during the protests, even as authorities continue to defend the police action. Official word from the Delhi police and the security forces continues to be awaited.
19-year-old Sahil is among the 3 victims of the pellet gun, the alleged pellet gun shot that he had received. He's just 19. He's at this moment facing almost a life of disability with only 1% chance left for his eye. That was on his right eye. Sahil at this moment is in the AIMS Trauma Center, where it is difficult to get to him because the authorities here are not letting anybody speak with Sahil. उससे बात करने अभी फिलहाल नहीं दी जा रही है, लेकिन साहिल के जो भाई हैं, जो उस दिन वहाँ पर जब घटना हुई उसके साथ मौजूद थे, कैसे साहिल को चोट लगी और कितने दिन का उनके ये पूरा संघर्ष रहा है, वो बात करने के लिए मेरे साथ अभी हैं। मैं सबसे पहले आपसे
और मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूं कि उन लोगों का चेहरा आपको ना दिखाऊं, क्योंकि सिक्योरिटी के भी इश्यूज हैं और इस वक्त पता नहीं है कि जो कानूनी कार्रवाई है वो किस तरीके से हो रही है, लेकिन मैं उनसे आपकी बात ज़रूर कराऊंगा। सबसे पहले मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि अभी साहिल का क्या हाल है, कैसा है साहिल अभी?
अभी तो वो फिलहाल क्या नाम है इसमें ही है, क्या नाम है हॉस्पिटल में ही है, अंदर इसमें वार्ड में है ना भाई, वार्ड में ही है। उसका एक ऑपरेशन तो हो गया है आँख का, एक रहता है। देन डॉक्टर बोल रहे थे क्या नाम है उसके कुछ ट्रीटमेंट और होने हैं, मतलब कि टेस्ट वगैरह कुछ और है, उसके बाद वो बताएंगे कि क्या नाम है उसका दूसरा ऑपरेशन करना है नहीं करना है। अब वो जाने क्या कहेंगे और क्या नहीं बोलेंगे।
आप लोग मुझे थोड़ा घटना के बारे में बताएंगे, किस दिन ये हुआ? आप लोग साथ में थे उसके?
ये 20 तारीख को हुआ था, क्या नाम है 20 जुलाई को। वो ये क्या नाम है
कनॉट प्लेस,
हाँ कनॉट प्लेस के साइड ही हुआ। और क्या नाम है हम उससे कितना 700 मीटर की दूरी पे थे। वो फ्रंट में चल रहा था, मतलब भीड़ पीछे चली गई थी, तो वो फ्रंट में भीड़ को वापस लेकर आया, तो वो पुलिस वालों ने उसको लीडर समझ लिया। तो उसको टारगेट करते हुए पहले उसमें स्मोक ग्रेनेड उसको मारे गए हैं, फिर उसके बाद उसके ऊपर पैलेट गन मारी, उसके बाद उस पर पैलेट गन मारी गई है।
Now the stage is set for that third round of talks between the government and the Cockroach Jantar Party. The meeting is likely to be taking place this afternoon at 3 o'clock. But before all of that can happen, there seems to be a dialogue that has in fact come about from the CJP. The CJP is saying that if it's a no from the government when it comes to the key demand, which is the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan, then there's no point having these talks in the first place. That is the sticking point that remains as far as the Education Minister's resignation is concerned, which the CJP has termed as non-negotiable. While what we're picking up from our sources is that two of the demands, as far as the compensation and also the withdrawal of the FIR is concerned, those have been met. To remember that Sonam Wangchuk broke his fast on those very grounds. Now, the government is likely to respond to the resignation demand in today's meeting, but sources have told NDTV that it's not on the cards. It's not on the table as far as the resignation of the minister is concerned, with the government focusing basically now on revamping the NTA instead. The ruling party has added they are very firm when it comes to their stand and their backing of Dharmendra Pradhan.
About Dr. Pradhan, now of course, I mean, we spoke with them. We told them that this is non-negotiable. It's not about the CJP or Sonamji or any one individual. This movement is about accountability. That is what people have most resonated with. And the entire country, wherever these protests are happening, they have a single point demand that Dharmendra Pradhan has to accept accountability and resign or be fired from the cabinet.
मुख्यतः 3 डिमांड थी और 5 सुधार के दृष्टि से परीक्षा में सुझाव नहीं। हमने उनको कहा है कि हम कल से आपके साथ दोपहर बाद मिलेंगे और फिर हम आपसे जो चर्चा वो आपको बताएंगे।
हेलो एवरीवन, जैसे कि आप सबको पता था पिछले कुछ दिनों से मेरी तबीयत ख़राब थी, सो ब्लड रिपोर्ट्स आ गए एंड आई हैव बीन डायग्नोज्ड विथ टाइफाइड और ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है मेरा। रोज़ सुबह और शाम को आईवीज़ लग रहे हैं। बट आई रियली वांट टू थैंक ऑल द कॉकरोचेस जो पूरे देश भर में पीसफुली प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं और इस मूवमेंट को इतना सक्सेसफुल बना दिया है आप लोगों ने। अ बिग थैंक यू टू ऑल एंड कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू यू ऑल फॉर मेकिंग दिस मूवमेंट सच अ बिग सक्सेस। एंड आई एम वेरी श्योर अगर हम ऐसे ही पीसफुली प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे तो धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का इस्तीफा ज़रूर होगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
And to know more on this, Aishwarya, my colleague, joining us. Aishwarya, of course, 2 hours of conversations that took place yesterday on Friday. Today is going to be the third round, but the big question that really hangs here is the conversation even going to take place, given the fact that, we heard the CJP come out and being very firm on their stand, hardening their stand when it comes to the resignation of the minister.
Well, they are completely adamant as far as the demands are concerned. They clearly had been stating that Dharmendra Pradhan should resign as an education minister, and then only they will be ending their protest. Altogether, the talks as per the government are positive with the Cockroach Jantar Party. It is both the demands, one of taking no legal action against the students who are protesting at Jantar Mantar, and also to those students who marched towards Parliament on July 28th, and second about the compensation to the parents of those students who committed suicide. Those two demands are the major one that completely had been accepted by the government, and the government looks positive towards that. But it was yesterday when the second round of meeting took place. It was stated that 24 hours ultimatum has been given to the government, and today it could be a third round of talks where JP Nadda and Dr. Jitendra Singh will be again meeting the CJP delegation. The CJP had time and again since yesterday within 24 hours at several occasions officially have stated that resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan is the topmost priority for them. If this not will be happening, then certainly there will be a nationwide call that the CJP will be giving to all the students of the country. Certainly it remains to be seen that how things pans out, but this person, the government clearly had been stating that Dharmendra Pradhan resignation is not on the cards, and there would be some middle path that the government will be trying to opt.
Aishwarya, thank you for getting us those details. And it is late on Thursday night. Well, 24 hours after, the Prime Minister again came out on his Instagram page in order to thank the support that he's got from the youth. In fact, while the government has already notified fast-track courts on the paper leak issue and has transferred the Education Secretary, we have the Cabinet also, approving of a new bill with more stringent punishment for paper leakers. In the latest NTA that is undergoing an overhaul, 47 employees of the NTA have been terminated. 4 new general manager positions have been notified. 16 young professionals are going to be hired, with further recruitment across 10 other verticals. The NTA is also set to get a new Chief Information Security Officer to oversee cyber security, and a new Chief of Vigilance to oversee malpractice and coordinate with the CBI, the ED and the police. But as the Prime Minister, let's listen into his message where he's thanking the youth. So the Prime Minister thanked the youth yesterday in that Instagram message, and that is also the messaging he's putting out to other leaders in the BJP to have a far better outreach when it comes to that social media platform. Let's just move on to breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to Sonam Wangchuk's wife alleging that the police deployment and restriction at the Medanta hospital. We have the wife of Sonam Wangchuk putting out a message on Twitter saying that at both Safdarjung and now Medanta, police are everywhere. At the main gate, at the reception, even inside and outside the lifts. They decide who may or may not meet Sonam Wangchuk. If the court has clarified that he is not under detention, then under what authority is this really happening? In an enlightened democracy, is the role of the police to protect citizens and uphold the law, or to control citizens on behalf of those in power? We have, Aishwarya, my colleague, joining us. Aishwarya, of course, raising very valid points here in regard to doesn't the police have better work to do, but to, literally fortify the area, so to speak, because this was the same thing that happened in the previous hospital, at the Safdarjung hospital, now again happening at this private hospital, which is Medanta in Gurgaon.
Well, these are certain claims that are being made by Sonam Wangchuk's wife, Geetanjali. Perhaps at Safdarjung hospital, it was a different case altogether. Sonam Wangchuk was picked up by Delhi police according to the orders of Delhi High Court, and later under the police protection he was being given treatment. Certainly it was a threat that was most likely on Sonam Wangchuk, and therefore the reason perhaps there was police security. But here Geetanjali, wife of Sonam Wangchuk, clearly alleging that there are police personnel all over at the Medanta hospital, where he ended his 26-day hunger strike and currently being treated under the supervision of team of doctors. The police personnel are everywhere, seen outside the gate of Medanta hospital, in the lifts, at the corridors, and outside the ICU where he is admitted as well. There's clearly questions that whether a person who is not under detention and there are no court orders for it, why police personnel security is there. But as far as the government is concerned, they are giving enough security at this point in time when the students are agitating at Jantar, Mantar, and there has been a huge call earlier that was given by Sonam Wangchuk to the students who are protesting, and to have and maintain security, because students might reach at Medanta hospital as well. So to give
presence, of course, is the wife of Sonam Wangchuk. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us those details. We're completely out of time. For now, slipping into a short break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
India is at a 2030 turning point. EVs, hybrids, biofuels or hydrogen, what fuel wins where? Join top auto CEOs, policy experts and industry titans at the NDTV Automate Fuel and Future Summit 2026.
Where you need charging infrastructure, you need it on highways.
Catch the exclusive coverage only on NDTV.
चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
This is India Inc.'s Roll of Honor, recognizing the leaders shaping India's growth story, where ambition, enterprise and excellence meet. In the presence of the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman. NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards, 26 July on the NDTV network. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury, and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind you, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul covering
Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, and this is a show that is your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility. We've got a power-packed show lined up for you guys this week, including the all-new Norton Atlas that we rode right here in Iceland. So without any further ado, let's get started.
On the show this week, we bring you an insightful sneak peek into the adventure touring motorcycle coming to India soon, the Norton Atlas. A 700-kilometer long drive all the way to Leh in the Nissan Tecton is something you would not want to miss. The new avatar of Yazdi Stramla is hot and fiery in the yellow shade. But does it answer the big question, should you get one or not? Watch the first drive review.
Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm from NDTV Automate. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the Norton Atlas. We're riding it here in Iceland, and I'm going to tell you what's good, what could have been better, and who should be buying one of this when it launches in India.
Hold me tighter, this dynamic says it all. You're the curator and I'm your animal.
Some motorcycles impress you with outright speed, some with technology. The Norton Atlas is trying to do something different. It's designed to be an adventure motorcycle that is approachable. One that feels equally comfortable riding through city streets, sweeping mountain roads, and loose gravel trails. And Iceland couldn't have been a better place to find out. Over the last couple of days, we've ridden through Reykjavik traffic, endless scenic tarmacs, volcanic landscapes, and plenty of gravel roads. If a motorcycle can survive Iceland, it'll probably survive India too. Let's begin what's underneath. The Atlas gets a 585cc parallel twin engine with a 270-degree crank. It produces 69 horsepower at 9,300 RPM and 57 Newton meters of torque. What those numbers don't tell you is how the motorcycle feels. Power delivery is extremely linear. There's never a sudden hit. Instead, torque builds progressively, making the bike unintimidating whether you're an experienced rider or someone stepping into the middleweight adventure segment. And that 270-degree crank gives the Atlas plenty of character. It sounds purposeful without becoming obnoxiously loud. Alright, let's take a look at what's good on the all-new Norton Atlas. A few of the things that I really liked on the bike is how linear the torque curve is, how easy this bike is to ride. Whether you're a seasoned rider or someone who's getting back into riding, this will make you feel at home. Throughout Iceland, that's exactly what stood out. Whether filtering through city traffic, cruising at highway speeds, or riding over gravel and loose surfaces, the Atlas never felt intimidating. Despite weighing 188 kilograms, it hides its weight exceptionally well. Direction changes are easy. Motorcycle feels light between your knees. And even on loose surfaces, it inspires confidence rather than nervousness. The steel trellis frame keeps everything feeling predictable, while the centrally packed mass makes low-speed maneuvers remarkably easy. The ergonomics deserve special mention too. At 845mm, the seat height sounds tall on paper. But at 5'7", I could almost flat-foot the motorcycle, which immediately builds rider confidence. And after riding roughly 250 kilometers in a day, the seat remained comfortable throughout. That's something long-distance riders will certainly appreciate. Norton hasn't ignored the hardware either. You get fully adjustable KYB suspension with 180mm off-wheel travel. Braking comes from large Bibri discs with braided steel brake lines. The Atlas also gets a 6-axis IMU, allowing multiple ride modes including urban, rain, tour, sport and enduro. Each mode changes throttle response, traction control, engine braking and ABS intervention depending on where you're riding it. It's a package that's designed to adapt rather than overwhelm. Technology has also been kept practical. The 8-inch TFT display is bright, responsive and easy to navigate. It supports Bluetooth and Wi-Fi connectivity, navigation, ride stats, GoPro control, Norton Rider app integration and over-the-air software updates. Another thoughtful touch is the dynamic lighting system. The Atlas gets twin projector LED headlamps, cornering lights, signature DRLs and even puddle lamps, something you don't usually expect on an adventure motorcycle. So what could have been better on the Norton Atlas? Well, there are a few bits here and there, especially in terms of the plastics used around the cladding, that I feel could have been slightly more on the premium side, because when you take this bike off-roading, they might rattle or not age well over time. The biggest areas is the quality of some of the exterior plastics around the body panels. For a premium motorcycle wearing the Norton badge, a few components don't quite match the overall engineering elsewhere. They're functional, but they could feel richer and more robust over years of ownership. Apart from that, there aren't really major complaints from this ride. The windshield works exceptionally well. There's a clever gap behind it that manages airflow efficiently, reducing buffeting around the helmet even in Iceland's strong crosswinds. Engine heat management also remains excellent throughout the ride. Even during slower city sections, I never felt excessive heat reaching my legs, which is a good thing. The biggest compliment I can give the Atlas is this: it never asks you to adapt to it. Instead, it adapts to you. Whether I was riding through Reykjavik, crossing endless Icelandic highways, or taking gravel shortcuts across volcanic terrain, the motorcycle simply got on with the job. That's exactly what an adventure motorcycle should do. If you are upgrading from a smaller motorcycle, the Atlas makes a compelling case. If you've taken a break from riding and want to return, this is perhaps one of the easiest middleweight adventure bikes to get comfortable with. And if touring is your priority, the comfortable riding position, linear engine, confidence-inspiring chassis, and excellent wind protection make long days in the saddle surprisingly effortless. It's not trying to be the fastest or the most extreme. It's trying to be the motorcycle you'll actually want to ride every day. Let's take a recap on the specs of this one. Well, who should be getting one of these? First of all, we don't know what the price of the Norton Atlas is at the moment. But hey, if in India they are going to launch it between that sweet spot of 6 to 7 lakh rupees, I can see a lot of takers for these motorcycles. People who've been riding for a while, and even people who want to get back into motorcycling, because this is a motorcycle that you can ride every day and also over the weekend.
Like I'm going over the falls.
Alright, next up on the show, what we have for you is the first ride review of the all-new Nissan Tecton. Now, this is a vehicle that shares a lot of its DNA with the Renault Duster, but Nissan says that this car is different. Ankut Taneja rode it all the way to Ladakh and tells us whether it's worth your money or not.
Some SUVs are launched with big claims. Others prove themselves only when the road gets difficult. That's exactly why we are driving the all-new Nissan Tecton from Chandigarh to Leh, a route that demands everything from an SUV. Smooth highways, broken mountain roads, endless hairpins, steep climbs, changing weather, and high altitude passes. It's one of the toughest road trips you can undertake in India, and if a vehicle performs well here, chances are it will handle just about anything you throw at it. Over the next 700 kilometers, we'll find out whether the Tecton has what it takes to challenge the segment leaders and whether it's truly built for roads like these.
It's feeling like a cold dark winter. It's feeling like a cold dark winter.
A road trip to Leh isn't just a test of machine, it's a test of engineering. And that's exactly what we are going to find out with the all-new Nissan Tecton. On paper, Tecton certainly looks promising, but features and numbers tell one part of the story. Let's see how it performs when the conditions become truly demanding.
For this drive, I'm behind the wheel of 1.3-litre turbo petrol engine paired with 6-speed DCT. The first impression is that the engine feels refined and responsive. There's enough performance for quick highway overtakes, while the DCT complements the motor with smooth and timely shifts. Whether it's cruising on open highways or tackling mountain roads, the powertrain feels well suited to long-distance touring. Seat comfort is another highlight. Spending several hours behind the wheel is often the biggest test of any SUV. And the Tecton seats offer good support, making long driving stints far less tiring. The second row is comfortable for passengers of average height. While thigh support could have been better, overall comfort is good enough for long journeys. Visibility is another area where the Tecton scores well. The large glass area, generous windscreen and sizable windows provide an excellent view of the road ahead, as well as the surroundings. On narrow mountain roads, that added visibility certainly boosts confidence behind the wheel. The suspension setup strikes a good balance between comfort and stability. It absorbs rough patches well without feeling too soft, making it suitable for a wide variety of road conditions. Braking performance is equally reassuring. The pedal feels progressive and the stopping power remains consistent at both highway and mountain speeds. This route is packed with twisty roads and the Tecton handles them with confidence. Even over badly broken sections, it remains composed and absorbs the impacts well, making the drive comfortable. However, there are few practical shortcomings. The front door pockets aren't large enough to accommodate a 1-liter water bottle. It may seem like a small detail, but during long road trips like this, it's something you do notice.
Now that we have spent enough time behind the wheel with the Nissan Tecton, it's time to take a closer look what the Tecton offers both inside and out.
Unlike many badge-engineered products, the Tecton has been given its own identity. While it shares this platform with the Renault Duster, Nissan has made sure this SUV looks and feels distinctly different. At the front, the Tecton takes inspiration from the iconic Nissan Petrol with a wide chrome accented grille, signature C-shaped LED daytime running lamps and sleek LED headlamps. The upright bonnet, chunky skid plate and muscular bumper give it a strong SUV stance. Along the side, squared wheel arches, flush roof rails and 18-inch diamond-cut alloy wheels adds to its rugged appeal, while the connected LED tail lamps and bold Tecton lettering give the rear a distinctive look. Inside, the cabin gets a premium tri-tone theme finished in beige, burgundy and rose gold accents. The dashboard is clean and driver-focused, featuring a 10.1-inch touchscreen infotainment system and with a Google built-in alongside a 10.25-inch fully digital instrument cluster. The feature list includes powered and ventilated front seats with lumbar adjustment, dual-zone climate control, panoramic sunroof, wireless phone charger, ambient lighting, 3D surround sound system, and more than 55 connected car features through the My Nissan app. The boot space is around 700 liters, and with the second row down, you get around 1,789 liters, making it ideal for long-distance travel and road trips like this one. One feature that's missing, however, is rear window sunshades. Considering the focus on family comfort, this would have been a useful addition. Overall, Tecton offers a well-rounded package with a modern cabin, practical features, and plenty of technology for everyday use as well as for long journeys.
So our journey started from Chandigarh with the first stop in Manali, followed by Padum on day 2 before finally reaching Leh. After 3 days and hundreds of kilometers across some of India's toughest roads, it's time for the final verdict about the Tecton.
Did you wait too long? Tell him that you love him, but he's already gone, darling. Did you make 2 wrongs? No.
Over the last 3 days, the Nissan Tecton has experienced almost every type of terrain this country can throw at an SUV, from fast highways and winding mountain roads to broken patches, high altitude passes and long hours behind the wheel.
It's feeling like a cold dark winter.
Our journey was divided into 3 stages. The first day, I drove it for 304 kilometers from Chandigarh to Manali, where the Tecton returned 11.5 kmpl to 12 kmpl mileage. The second was 290 km drive from Manali to Padum, delivering 11 km per litre. The final 175 km stretch from Padum to Leh returned 10.5 km per litre. Considering the challenging terrain, high altitude conditions and distance covered, I would say these are respectable fuel efficiency figures. Yes, there are few areas where Nissan could have done better, but more importantly, this journey has shown the Tecton feels comfortable far beyond city limits. It has the performance, comfort and practicality required for long distance touring, and that's something many buyers in this segment will appreciate. If your priorities include a refined driving experience, a feature-loaded cabin, strong safety credentials, and the confidence to take on the long road trips, the Nissan Tecton certainly deserves serious consideration.
And now it's time for NDTV Automate and News of the Week, the biggest headline makers, movers and shakers from the world of automobiles and mobility, all in one place.
Maruti Suzuki has launched an old player with a fresh face. The 2026 Brezza. Updates include sharper appearance, refreshed cabin, a larger touchscreen, more features and 5-star rated safety. Powertrain wise, it now gets a turbo petrol engine, 6-speed manual gearbox and an underbody CNG. On the electric side, Kia has launched the Ceros EV. Expect 2 battery options, a claimed range of 526 kilometers and features like fast charging. Prices start at 13.49 lakh rupees. At the performance end of spectrum, Mercedes-Benz has introduced the 2026 AMG E53. The plug-in hybrid performance sedan combines 585 horsepower output with an electric-only driving capability. Sitting at the top of the new E-Class range, prices start at 1.45 crore rupees. In the motorcycle world, Honda has unveiled 10 new products. Names include Rebel 500, XR 300 Rally, and QC3 electric scooter, among other models, with a total of 7 new products and 3 refreshed motorcycles.
Now this is not the only bike that we have on the show this week. We also have a Yazdi Scrambler 650 that recently was launched in India, and up next we tell you how good is it.
If motorcycles were sold purely on the basis of looks, this one should have been right up there. Boys and girls, this is the 2026 Yazdi Scrambler. I'm your Automate and I'm gonna tell you the highs and lows of this motorcycle. Qatar, that's the rebranded engine. 334cc liquid cooled with a 6-speed gearbox. 30 horsepower, 30 Newton meters of peak torque. Output slightly higher than before. What's different, you may ask? Internals changed, lighter than before, and NVH levels worked on. Does it feel different to ride? Actually, yes. The engine feels nicer than before. Work has been done on the noise and harshness aspect. Vibrations are only visible post 6000 RPMs. And then there is plenty of torque in the low and mid-range. You would actually love giving it some gas. On the fly, it does feel a lot punchy. Downside is the shorter gearing, especially first 3 gears, meaning frequent changes in stop-go traffic. Also, fueling is something classic legends should work on this 334cc engine. Still a few stalling issues out of nowhere. Now there is no playbook to making the perfect scrambler. The genesis of scramblers actually started by modifying existing vehicles, making them fast, go fun over rough roads. Few choose adventure tourers as the template, while others, like the Yazdi Scrambler here, it's born out of a roadster platform. Now heap praises on the design, let me be more articulate. The tank is beautifully sculpted, shared with the roadster now. Now you have a few interesting colors to choose from. The fenders look minimalistic and a beautiful fuel filler cap is rather part of the much improved package now. The digital instrument console needs improvement big time. Lacks connectivity, but more importantly, it's barely legible during the day. Sunlight washes every detail out. The ergonomics is interesting. Now it's not the most spacious motorcycle, and that's also the reason why it's so much fun to ride. Now it's compact, it is tight, handlebars are quite wide, so there's plenty of leverage when you're going rough roading on this motorcycle. Radiator redesigned, hot air is thrown out smartly. Weight reduction is an area of massive upside. 10 kilos shaved off. Of the 2 exhausts, one has been chopped off, hence power to weight ratio bumped up, and the lightness makes it playful. The Yazdi Scrambler is actually fun when you're going rough roading. It's easy to control, swift to direction changes, and also these block pattern tires, they give you good grip over loose traction surfaces. But at the same time, you have to be mindful, these are cross-spoke tube tires, so if you're putting long distances, there are chances you can get stranded due to a puncture. Rear springs are softer than before, better damping. Adequate for bad road, still flat tarmac may feel bouncy. Dual channel ABS offers sufficient anchoring strength, and there is option to turn off the rear. Of this massive two-wheeler market in India, the Scramblers are probably this much. And in this category, well, there are just a handful characters, the Royal Enfield and the Triumph. But the Yazdi Scrambler has a different look and feel to it. Now at around 2 lakh rupees ex-showroom, this one undercuts its rivals by a distant margin. Also, the engine is not the biggest. The seat, well, your partner will not be all that happy. But having said that, going sideways and having fun over the weekend, well, this is a happy child.
And with that, it's time for us to say goodbye on this edition of NDTV Automate. Don't forget to follow us on our social media handles. And for the latest news, views and reviews, don't forget to log into ndtv.com/auto. Always remember, wear a seatbelt, follow speed limits, respect the drivers around you. This is your Automate Siddharth Sharma signing off. I'll see you guys in the next one.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
India is at a 2030 turning point. EVs, hybrids, biofuels or hydrogen, what fuel wins where? Join top auto CEOs, policy experts and industry titans at the NDTV Automate Fuel and Future Summit 2026.
Where you need charging infrastructure, you need it on highways.
Catch the exclusive coverage only on NDTV. This is India Inc.'s Roll of Honor, recognizing the leaders shaping India's growth story, where ambition, enterprise and excellence meet. In the presence of the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman. NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards, 26 July on the NDTV network. He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind you, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vata. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, in a press conference, has laid down 3 key demands. What are those demands? We're going to get you details first. Headlines. Prime Minister Modi releases the second edition of his Instagram outreach video, thanks the youth of the country for their support and says their trust is his biggest strength. And before the centre, the CJP can hold that third round of talks this afternoon at 3 p.m. The CJP has come out and said that if their key demand is non-negotiable, if it's a no from the government, then there's no point in meeting, as the centre says the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan is not on the table. Sonam Wangchuk breaks his silence on why he's ended his fast, says his priority was protecting students from FIRs, clarifying that Pradhan's resignation was only one of the several demands, and says he ended fast after there were written assurances that were given by the government of no action that would be taken against those who protested. Centre steps up its crackdown on the exam mafia with a series of sweeping reforms. We have fast-track courts and tougher laws as far as NTA is concerned, the restructuring of the NTA and mass terminations. The government says the cleanup has now begun. And as protesters turn violent, the human cost rises. We're talking to police personnel who were injured in the protests. My colleague Padmaja gets us all the details. Also in an exclusive interview with NDTV is the Chief Justice of India addressing the controversy head-on, rejecting claims that the Supreme Court refused a hearing. The Chief Justice of India says the petition was heard only after it was properly filed. We have breaking news coming in of Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, they're being adamant as far as the key demands are concerned, particularly when it comes to the resignation of the education minister. So Pradhan's resignation is the key demand. That is what Rahul Gandhi has said in a press conference. As far as the education system in India is concerned, he said there have been discussions with the protesters, their demands, and those demands are non-negotiable. The first one being that the Prime Minister has to apologize for what has taken place. But before all of that, it's the education minister who needs to step down or needs to be sacked. And that is the key demand because he is corrupt. That is what is being said. And also that those who have been assaulted need to be compensated. That is also a key demand of the Congress party.
जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं जिन्होंने हंगर स्ट्राइक किया, उनसे मेरी मीटिंग हुई, डिस्कशन हुआ मूवमेंट के बारे में, आरएसएस के बारे में, हिंदुस्तान का जो शिक्षा का सिस्टम है उसको कैसे कैप्चर किया गया है उसके बारे में। मेन चीज़ जो हम कहना चाहते हैं कि स्टूडेंट्स की 3 डिमांड्स हैं और दीज आर not negotiable demands, and this is not me saying it, this is the students of India saying it, that there are 3 non-negotiable demands. The first demand, pehli demand, is that the education minister, who is corrupt, incompetent, misaligned, has to be sacked. There is some talk going on. We get information these days from the government. There's some talk going on in Mr. Modi's cabinet that the solution is to move Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan from education to some other ministry.